Thank you all for coming. Thank you. All right, good. Thank you. We're going to get started. Good morning. My name is Justin Sanpietro with the MAHA Institute. It's great to be here with all of you. Thank you so much for coming. We'd like to welcome you to our roundtable today, our massive epidemic of vaccine injury, MEVI roundtable. The MAHA Institute is a nonprofit organization focused on fixing America's broken health care system, both here in Washington, D.C. and throughout the country. I'm grateful to every one of you for being here, especially those who have traveled a long way to be part of this important conversation. Before we get started, there are many people I'd like to thank. First of all, our MAHA Institute team, Deborah, Maddie, Bree, Patrick, and Noel, and all our wonderful volunteers. Our colleagues at MAHA Action, The Highwire, Real America's Voice, and Children's Health Defense, who are live streaming this event with us today. Members of the press, our panelists, thank you all for lending your voices and your expertise to open up what is a long overdue national conversation. The public servants in this room and across the states who are working to address these harms and protect informed consent. Secretary Kennedy and HHS, which have done more in the past year than any prior administration on this issue. Absolutely. So today we're going to have a very important talk. We're going to break through taboos, have a fearless conversation about America's massive epidemic of vaccine injury, MEVI. This epidemic is not a rumor. It's not a controversy. It's a documented reality affecting people in every corner of this country. We hope that you leave today's event with three things. One, a clear picture of what vaccine injury looks like. Two, an understanding of how widespread it truly is. And three, a view of the research and studies on vaccine injury that our wonderful panelists will be presenting throughout the day. Thank you once again for coming, and please join me in welcoming the founder and president of the MAHA Institute.
Gelatin trick for a cheated woman who wants to bounce.
Parents have spoken out about their own experiences, we've held conferences and rallies, and we've been the backbone of a political movement. But still, vaccine injury is a taboo topic. Doctors shy away from it, reporters don't dare touch it, researchers risk their careers if they publish work on the subject. Political analysts caution against even mentioning vaccine injury. Despite being one of the largest health issues in America, vaccine injury is still marginalized. The sheer scope of the problem makes it hard to confront. Vaccine injuries are all around us. Most families in America have suffered from vaccine injuries, but most people don't know this because we've much of the scientific literature, perhaps half, may simply be untrue. Let the implication of these quotes sink in. The medical system is simply untrustworthy. The corollary to this is that each person needs to think critically about every pronouncement from the medical system. I suspect you may have heard the notion that the idea that vaccines cause autism has been debunked. But you may not know that the people who debunked these claims were the exact same people who told us that Agent Orange was safe for soldiers in Vietnam and burn pits in Iraq didn't cause cancer. The corrupt scientists at the Institute of Medicine had been earning a very good living for years, putting out junk science, which covered up the harms from the chemical and tobacco industries. The pharmaceutical industry has been running a scaled-up version of the playbook that the tobacco industry used to cover up the link between cigarettes and cancer. Gavin de Becker does an amazing job telling the story in his book, Forbidden Facts. We have copies of this book as a gift for those of you who are interested. This short, entertaining book provides a window into how medical propaganda narrative is created. The mainstream story about vaccines is a pharmaceutical industry misinformation campaign. With that understanding, let's dig into the data. Autism rates have grown enormously over the past few decades. This increase shows a remarkable correlation to the number of vaccine doses given to infants. I have a chart here which plots both of those, both the vaccine doses and the autism rates on the same chart with the same time scale. You may have a hard time being able to separate out the dots because they align so nearly perfectly. And again, this should make all of us ask, like, could this really be a coincidence? But this strong relationship could just be a coincidence of timing. As our next step in our research, we could ask parents what they say caused their children's autism. And what we hear time and time again is that parents had totally healthy kids, they took them into the pediatrician who gave them vaccines, and then they immediately had a bad reaction and their child was never the same again. And when these parents tried to talk to their pediatrician, they were told that they were imagining things, that the vaccine autism link had been debunked. They were called anti-vaxxers and shunned. The heart of the anti-vax movement is made up of parents who knew exactly what happened to their kids and refused to be gaslit. Parents who learned the dark secrets about the corruption of our health system. Parents determined to stop the epidemic of vaccine injury that the establishment refused to acknowledge. The testimony of parents doesn't prove that vaccines cause autism, but it does line up with the correlation data. If we want to know for sure, what we should do is conduct a proper study where we look at vaccinated kids and unvaccinated kids and compare the relative rates of autism. These studies are not very complicated. We just get the data and count number of cases in each group. We don't need math any more complicated than ratios. Lucky for us, the studies that we want to see have already been done. Over the years, a number of researchers have done studies comparing vaccinated to unvaccinated populations. And they all show the same thing, that vaccinated kids have much higher rates of chronic disease than unvaccinated kids. The McCullough Foundation recently published a report on the determinants of autism in which they reviewed the results of 12 different studies which all show that vaccinated kids have much, much higher rates of autism than unvaccinated kids. One of the largest of these studies looked at the medical records of 47,000 children enrolled in Medicaid in Florida. By comparing the health records of vaccinated versus unvaccinated children, the researchers were able to calculate the relative rate of incidence for a number of diseases. The researchers found that vaccinated kids had much higher rates of chronic disease. Vaccinated kids were nearly 3 times as likely to have autism than unvaccinated kids, and the same pattern held true for a number of neurodevelopmental diseases. For some conditions, these rates were 6 times higher than for unvaccinated kids. So at this point, we have an extremely strong case that vaccines cause autism. 12 studies showing the same things, some studies with large numbers of participants and huge statistical validity. But to be sure, let's look at another very strong study. Researchers at the Henry Ford Health System wanted to disprove the anti-vaxxers, so they decided to do a study to show that vaccines were safe. Researchers compared the medical billing histories of 16,000 and nearly 20,000 and nearly 2,000 unvaccinated children, and calculated how many kids in each group had chronic diseases. What they found was a devastating indictment of vaccines. By age 10, 57% of vaccinated kids, the blue line on the graph, had a chronic condition that required at least one medical treatment, compared to 17% of unvaccinated kids, the red line. The space between these lines shows the kids who were vaccine injured. By subtracting the baseline 17% from the 57% rate of chronic disease in vaccinated kids, we can calculate that 40% of all kids are sickened by vaccines. This 40% translates to 1.4 million kids in the U.S. being sickened by vaccines each year. When the researchers realized the implications of their findings, they knew that publishing them would put their careers at risk, and they decided to bury the results. We have Del Bigtree, who is speaking right after me, to thank for this study seeing the light of day. Del has produced a great film called An Inconvenient Study, which tells this story. In this film, he has hidden camera footage of the researchers saying that the study is valid, but they won't risk their careers to publish it. I highly recommend everyone watch it. It's really very well done. The Henry Ford study shows that vaccines sicken 1.4 million kids a year. The implications of this are enormous. Pediatric medicine and its practice in the U.S. is net harmful to children. The entire medical establishment can be wildly wrong about even the most biggest and most basic issues. Publishing this study would have been a massive condemnation of the entire medical profession. You can see why the researchers were afraid to publish it. For the journalists in this room, ask yourselves, would your publications let you publish such a story? What would happen to your careers if you insisted? And if every mainstream institution in our society is allergic to the truth, how do we save our children from being sickened? Vaccine injuries go by other names, such as allergies, asthma, and multiple sclerosis. We've been giving out little cards where we list the injuries. We know that the rates of allergies have exploded in the past decades. Just think about all the people you know with allergies. The vaxxed, unvaxxed studies allow us to estimate that about 70% of allergies are vaccine injuries. Vaccines contain toxins like aluminum and mercury, and these toxins attack the immune system, causing autoimmune diseases like allergies, arthritis, asthma, eczema, and type 1 diabetes. The toxins in vaccines also attack the nervous system, leading to a host of neurodevelopmental diseases like autism, ADD, ADHD, learning disabilities, tics, and epilepsy. The majority of all of these conditions are vaccine injuries. Once you learn to recognize vaccine injuries, you'll see them all around you. We see them with kids with EpiPens. Waiters now ask if anyone at the table has allergies. We see them in the ever-growing classes of kids with learning disabilities. We are witnessing population-wide toxic metal poisonings. In fact, we have a detailed understanding of the biological mechanisms by which this toxic metal poisoning occurs. And this biological proof constitutes an entire other class of evidence against vaccines. Injecting toxic metals into babies is insanity. Future generations will look back at our medical system the way we view 19th century medicine's use of bloodletting and lead purgatives. And if we want even more confirmation, the study of Florida Medicaid data also found a strong correlation between the number of vaccine doses a child received and their likelihood of developing autism. This dosage dependency is a key sign of a causal link. More vaccines, more autism. It's that simple. The previous studies only examined living kids, so they were unable to look at the most serious vaccine side effect, death. Karl Jablonowski and Brian Hooker, who you will see later today, have been able to compare mortality for vaxxed versus unvaxxed kids in Louisiana. What they found was shocking. babies vaccinated during their 3rd month of life die at a rate 25% higher than unvaccinated kids over the next 90 days. I want to be fair to vaccines. Some of them do offer benefits. The measles vaccine does reduce your chance of getting measles. The mumps vaccine does reduce your chance of getting the mumps. But healthy immune systems generally fight off these diseases without much problem, and antibiotics can help in the most serious cases. It's very hard to estimate disease prevalence and death rates in a world without vaccines, but given the improvements in medicine and widespread availability of antibiotics, it seems unlikely that the diseases for which we vaccinate kids would kill more than a few hundred children each year if we were to stop vaccination. Injuring millions and killing thousands to save a few hundred is a very bad trade-off. Unvaccinated kids are much, much healthier than vaccinated kids. In addition to denying the harms from vaccines, the pro-vaxxers tell us that vaccines are responsible for the decline in communicable disease that we've seen over the last 150 years. But this chart shows that the bulk of this decline occurred before the introduction of vaccines, so vaccines cannot have been responsible for these health improvements. Death rates for these diseases continue to drop after the introduction of vaccine, but so did death rates for scarlet fever, for which there is no vaccine. The top line of this chart shows vaccination rates for smallpox back in the 1800s. The bottom shaded area shows smallpox deaths. You will notice that deaths from smallpox declined as vaccination rates declined. So the vaccine could not have been responsible for the reduction in smallpox. Those lives were saved due to the advent of sanitation and clean water. But that truth did not stop the vaccinators from stealing credit for this work. The outbreak of paralysis among children in the middle part of the 20th century was not due to the polio virus, for which tests at the time did not exist. It was instead the result of pesticide poisoning. Up until the 1950s, the FDA catastrophically told parents it was okay to put DDT on their kids' lunches. The supposed success of the polio vaccine was a massive medical fraud and a masterful PR deception. Authorities had determined that the polio vaccine was going to be a success before it was even developed. Upon the release of the vaccine, they narrowed the criteria for categorizing paralysis as polio and stopped paying doctors for categorizing cases as polio. Instead of calling paralysis polio, doctors started calling it acute flaccid myelitis. These policy changes virtually guaranteed that the authorities could report reductions in polio, even if the vaccines had no effect. In India today, 97% of all kids get the polio vaccine, but childhood paralysis is a huge problem because of the widespread use of DDT and other pesticides. However, the authorities call this paralysis myelitis so they can claim to have eliminated polio. Doctors at the Cleveland Clinic analyzed data from more than 53,000 Cleveland Clinic employees and found that those that got the flu shot were 25% more likely to get the flu. But unfortunately, the flu shot can have some serious side effects. A 13 million person study in the UK found a 50% increased risk of Alzheimer's from the flu shot. This translates to 1.9 million Americans who have gotten Alzheimer's from the flu shot. This catastrophic damage has been done to avoid a disease that is not very serious. The Cleveland Clinic also did a study on the health records of 51,000 of their employees and found that the COVID vaccine actually increased the chance of getting COVID. And the more boosters a person got, the more likely they were to get COVID. The mRNA vaccines also bring with them a host of other side effects, including myocarditis, cancer, reproductive problems, and death. We have a whole panel this afternoon that will focus just on the mRNA vaccines. The massive epidemic of vaccine injury is a crisis which presents each of us with a moral dilemma. Do we stay silent, ignore the crisis, and let braver people confront this problem? Or do we look inside and find the courage to speak out and challenge the people and institutions that have perpetrated the vaccine fraud? and in so doing, save the next generation of American children from the epidemic of vaccine poisoning. The childhood vaccination schedule needs to be eliminated, and all vaccines need to be removed from the market until they be proven to be both safe and effective. Eliminating the childhood vaccine schedule will be a shock to many people. The medical establishment will scream that plagues will sweep across the land. We need to counter that their plague of vaccine poisoning is already among us, and that 1.4 million kids are sickened each year, and the phantom plagues of which they speak are no longer fatal. As much as pulling every vaccine from the market is the right thing to do, I also know that we live in a political reality where big public changes need to be phased. One change that could easily be made would be to delay the administration of vaccines until children reach the age of 4 or 5 years. Small babies are much more susceptible to the toxins in vaccines. So just by delaying the administration of vaccines, we could significantly reduce the worst of the vaccine side effects. Many people will be stunned when they learn that vaccines have been a fraud perpetrated on the American people. Faith will be lost in the establishment. Institutions that have spent years pushing false vaccine propaganda will lose credibility. People will lose their jobs. The instinct toward denial and cover-up will be strong, but the cost of doing nothing is sickening 1.4 million kids each year. I'm glad to see so many members of the press here today. I'm sorry to have dumped the real story of vaccines on you. I am well aware that many of your firms still have strict pro-vaccine editorial policies. Just last week, the New York published as incontrovertible facts certitudes about the wonders of COVID vaccines. The mRNA vaccines are provably a public health disaster. And again, this afternoon we have a panel that will go into details on that. I have a very close family member who was disabled by the COVID vaccines. He trusted the mainstream media. He took booster after booster and it crippled him. When your publications cheerlead for toxins vaccines, you sicken your readers. I understand that every story these days is put through a political filter, and acknowledging any issue with vaccines is to implicitly recognize that Secretary Kennedy and President Trump might have been right about something. But until your publications acknowledge the reality of the massive epidemic of vaccine injury, you will be complicit in sickening the families of the people who trust you the most. The dam that has held back the massive vaccine injury is breaking. HHS has commissioned over 100 studies on vaccine injury, and as the truth comes out, your publications risk watching their credibility sink lower than today's already miserable poll numbers for trust in media. What you see, I mean, of the studies that I've cited here, you look at the Cleveland Clinic and Florida Medicaid data. We now have in many places in this country these large databases of people's health records, tens, hundreds of thousands, millions of people in a database. And with the information in that one database, it is now possible to do the analysis that's shown in the study and do it without that much difficulty. We now have health departments and governors in many red states that are open to doing these studies. We now have hospital systems that are willing to consider this. We don't just need to rely on the federal government anymore to do these studies. No matter what, these studies are coming, and the mainstream press needs to recognize that. What you're hearing today is the canary in the coal mine. Your publication should be thinking about how to get out of the hole into which they have fallen. They can lead the narrative shift, or they can cling to a failed narrative and watch their credibility evaporate even more. And for those of you who went into journalism to help people, this is an opportunity to alert the public and stop a generation of kids from getting a host of neurological and autoimmune diseases. This is a chance to break the story of a massive fraud. Be brave, push for change, live up to the highest aspirations of your profession. Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to hand the microphone over to Del Bigtree, who I'm sure who has been speaking out perhaps louder and more clearly than almost anyone on this topic for years. And he is one of those journalists who had a career in the establishment media and refused to be silent and ended up out of the establishment media, now relegated to speaking in fancy ballrooms before distinguished crowds. So I give you Del Bigtree.
Thank you. Check. Testing. Is this on? Can we hear me? All right, there we go. Thank you. Let's see. That's not, we got my PowerPoint up. Before I get started, I think it's important to point out, because there is a lot of press here, that MAHA is a movement of the people, a diversified group of people that don't necessarily agree on every single point that you're going to hear here today. I want to make it clear, just because I did spend a lot of time with Robert Kennedy Jr. as his Director of Communications, that he has no intention of erasing the vaccine program from existence. I think that my nonprofit, for instance, is called Informed Consent Action Network. I want informed consent. If you want to believe in vaccines, if you want some of the vaccines, all the vaccines, you know, that is your right. We live in a free country. And I think the most important thing in a free country is that you have the right to choose. And so there will be people here today that would love to see vaccines erased from existence. And they'll explain all the reasons why. I don't think that's realistic. I also don't think it would be fair to move from a place where we're being forced to inject our children with products, even after we've done our own research and recognize that we have issues with them, to then turn around and say, I'm going to force you to never use a vaccine because of my perspective of the science. I don't think that that is how this country is supposed to work. So I just want to say that what I want to talk about is the reasonable perspective on this that is the way I see it. And ultimately, I can't imagine that we can call ourselves free if we live in a country where anyone, any bureaucrat, any neighbor, anyone outside of my family is making my medical choices for me. All right? I'm going to start this out with the same way Robert Kennedy Jr. started out our meeting at NIH during Trump's first presidential term. We had a meeting set up. Tony Fauci was sitting right across from me. Francis Collins was sitting right across from Robert Kennedy Jr. And we pointed out this study. This was a study out of Guinea-Bissau, Africa, by Peter Abe, a guy who is pro-vaccine, has been a part of designing vaccine programs for the third world, and he decided 30 years after a program in Guinea-Bissau, Africa, to go back, and he recognized, I have a perfectly natural, randomized control trial, because we went and vaccinated with DTP and polio vaccines, but specifically in this case the DTP vaccine, and could only get to about half the kids. So half the kids got it, half the kids didn't. 30 years later, he could go and look at what were the overall health outcomes, was the long-term health outcome, and he discovered that children were dying at 5 times the rate of if they got the DTP vaccine versus those that did not. This is a huge discovery. This is, I just want to let him explain, and I want you to listen carefully to everything he's saying. Remember, still pro-vaccine. He thinks there's vaccines that are bad, some that are good. But this is the point that he had to make after doing a study that had never been done for 30 years. Well, I'm going to start that again, if I can. All right, there we go. Can you go a little louder? This is how we started this conversation at the NIH, and I think ultimately years later it's why Robert Kennedy Jr. is HHS Secretary. These are the questions that mainstream science has been running into and does not have answers to. Ultimately, what did he say? You may think we know what vaccines are doing, but we do not. We have never tested for all-cause mortality. This is critical to this conversation. And this is the argument that I will say that as we stand here today, this is what we've won against the mainstream press. I used to be one of them. They would always say, when we say there's never been a double-blind placebo-based trial, they would write, the experts say that that is not true, that that is misinformation. I just had an Atlantic article, if I get to it, I'll talk about later, but that's no longer the statement. In fact, they're being told to change that statement. Now the statement is, okay, we didn't have placebo-based trials of the vaccines that are currently on the schedule, but they're tested against the original vaccines that were tested against placebos. That's not true either. My nonprofit, Informed Consent Action Network, with Aaron Siri, our attorney, has been suing the government since 2017, winning against FDA, CDC, NIH, Health and Human Services. Some of these cases we've teamed up with Children's Health Defense and Robert Kennedy Jr. But what we proved unequivocally, and this is the list, including even those that were tested against, not a single childhood vaccine on the schedule has ever been through a double-blind placebo-based trial prior to licensure, and neither have any of the vaccines they were tested against. Full stop. And I've said to every journalist, reporter, if you can find a study with a saline placebo, not some, antibiotic-filled carrier fluid, but actual, no effect on the human body, then show it to us. They can't publish it. They can't print it because it does not exist. This is gigantic. It's bigger than mainstream press is even realizing. What this means is, as of this moment, in the world, mainstream press, mainstream medicine, no longer can stand on any ethical or moral high ground. They've been trying to be condescending towards anyone that asks questions about vaccines, stating our experts say they've done the safety trials. It is now a known fact they were never done. No placebo trial anywhere in sight, and Peter Abe is just one of hundreds of doctors now worldwide, some in this room, that are admitting exactly that, either from their own studies or their own research. And so what that means is mainstream medicine is on the exact same level playing field as anti-vaxxers, vaccine hesitancy, whatever you want to call us, the medical freedom movement. We are all now stuck with, post introduction to the vaccines, we're all stuck with retrospective studies. Your retrospective studies against my retrospective studies. But you have no science as groundwork to establish safety. This is a major problem, especially when every single retrospective vax versus unvaccinated study that's being done shows the vaccinated are far sicker. Now what do? This is alarming for all of us. None of us want to be in this position. No one's happy to have to report that we've had a system injecting our kids that is systematically poisoning them. Even though we knew it was based on a great idea, the problem was, and let me make it clear, all of the scientists involved with the vaccine program only set out to prove one thing, that their product creates antibodies. That was it. That's the entire study. See, we created antibodies. Never a question, well, even if you don't have a rash from measles, are you really avoiding any neurological damage from inflammation? Don't know, never asked, never studied. The assumption was if you make antibodies without that rash or without the full symptoms, then that must mean it's safer. But that's an assumption. That's not science. Science has to ask the appropriate questions. Did we reduce the harms that the diseases, yes, had themselves? We do not know. What we do know is this, that coterminously in 1986, when we had 11 vaccines, our chronic disease rate in America was 12.8%. Then we had the 1986 Act, took away liability, and suddenly the vaccine program became a gold rush, 54 shots, 72 vaccines. Thank God for Robert Kennedy Jr. for cutting this almost in half so that, you know, a year from now this slide won't make any sense. But at that same exact time, we went from 12.8% chronic disease to over 54% chronic disease if you include, you know, weight issues, obesity, or 40% if you take obesity out. So now our kids are literally in a coin toss, a 50-50 chance of being chronically ill. This isn't happening with any other mammal on the planet. Only the smartest mammal. Why? Okay. Harvard Medical School, and I went through, these are all old slides. I decided today we're going to go through some old slides. Harvard Medical School decided to test the VAERS system, Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. And they said, let's run our entire HMO through it. And what they discovered was that it was not capturing nearly the amount of injuries that it was supposed to. Here they show that of 715,000 patients and 35,000 doses, 35,000 possible reactions out of 1.4 million doses, or 2.6% adverse reactions. When they discovered this, they also said it appears VAERS is capturing less than 1% of the total amount of actual vaccine injuries. Less than 1%. Now, every time you quote VAERS, the media is supposed to tell you, and they do loudly, well, VAERS isn't a verified system. It can be reported by anybody. Yes, that's true. But usually it's only reported by doctors because they're the only ones who will put in the time. It's very time intensive. But more specifically, every study that has ever been done on the VAERS system shows that it's underreporting. Never, ever has anyone looked at the system saying it's overreporting. So it's at least as many injuries as we're seeing. So any study we're doing on it is the minimum amount possible. This is 2018, before we had COVID. 533 deaths on VAERS. 1,438 permanent disabilities. 5,000 hospitalizations. 5,588 emergency room visits. Well, this is what Harvard Medical School discovered. That's less than 1%. And then former Commissioner David Kessler, he said it's a fraction when they looked into it. So let's just follow this down, because we have no placebo-based trials. Mainstream science has left us totally abandoned of real science. So we're left with a retrospective look at what we're doing. VAERS is that retrospective look. Harvard Medical School says it's less than 1%. So if we're going to try and determine how many injuries are happening, which is what we're doing today, if it's 1%, this is what VAERS was representing for 2018. A potential of 6 million reports, 53,000 deaths, 143,000 permanent disabilities, 510,000 hospitalizations, and 500,000 emergency room visits. Now, is this any way to do science? Absolutely not. But why is this all we're left with? And who's going to scream and yell that you're doing it wrong when this is the only choices that we have? We've seen the unvaccinated, vaccinated studies. This is the Mawson study. And Brian Hooker's studies and Paul Thomas's are all coming out roughly the same. You saw just moments ago stats that look just like this. 4 times the rate of ADHD, 4 times the rate of neurological, or 5 times the rate of neurological disorders. And that's exactly what Henry Ford discovered. So for anyone that hasn't seen this film, and why I think this is the most important study in the world, is so far every study that's been done has been done by either Brian Hooker or Mawson or Paul Thomas, and as soon as you do that study, you're immediately labeled, if you weren't already, you're an anti-vaxxer. You have a bias. You have a bias towards the science. Now, I would argue this. If we're saying that bias has any effect on science whatsoever, then you have just pointed out my exact problem with all the science done around vaccines. I can't find a scientific study that wasn't funded by people that didn't absolutely believe that vaccines are the greatest invention of the 20th century. So what kind of challenge study are you doing? You're doing studies with an endpoint to prove that they're great, that they're safe. What would happen if you couldn't prove that? So maybe Brian has a bias because his son's injured, but he's doing good science. But now we have his bias science against your bias science. Where are we at? We're at the same place. We're an equal playing field. No one gets a high ground here. We are abandoned by science, and our kids are the representation of where we're at, the sickest nation in the world, the sickest generation this nation has ever seen. No one gets to have pride under these circumstances. Here's just the trailer really quick.
Product designed to alter our immune system for life. There'd be one easy study to rule it out, the vaccinated versus unvaccinated study.
As fate would have it, Dell met Marcus Servos.
He agreed to do a vaxxed versus unvaxxed study.
Kids that are vaccinated, it doesn't look so good.
4.47 times the amount.
5.5 times risk.
6 times increase.
Amongst the unvaccinated group, there were 0.
Like, if this is true, this is devastating.
And it needs to be published.
This is information the public should have had in 2020, and I forced the issue.
Did you see how Ford responded?
They said this report was not published because it did not meet the rigorous scientific standards we demand as a premier medical research institution.
They have forced our hand. We're going to have to show them the footage.
I'm going to bring hidden cameras and recording equipment so that no matter what happens at this dinner, I can prove it happened.
You're doing well. Good to see you.
What do you think about the study you guys have done?
Well, I think it's a good study, but it does have limitations.
Do you find any flaws in the study? I mean, is there a way they could do the study better?
Not that I put it out just how it is. I don't want to say it's not the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do, but I just don't want to. Somebody's going to come back and they're going to say, you know, the study is flawed.
The unpublished Henry Ford analysis is fundamentally flawed.
How about looking at this as important scientific information that can inform how the proper study should be done? Won't be taken like that. And then I can say, because there's a political agenda to it.
Is what your study shows, is it important?
Yeah, it is important. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
If I can't get the study out, then what hope is there for every kid in the future? I said to you, if you do this study, you're going to come under fire. You said, I don't care about that. I'm all about the data, and I'm about to retire anyway. That's literally what you said.
Yeah.
So your energy has definitely changed on that. But
energy's changing. Publishing something like that, might as well retire. I'd be finished.
This is an inconvenient study for the entire vaccine agenda.
I did something that some people in this room said we should never have done. I kept saying we got to get the CDC or someone to do a vaccinated versus unvaccinated study. And there were people that would say, Del, you keep asking for that. They're going to manipulate that study. I will tell you, when I left the NIH meeting with Robert Kennedy Jr., and they showed the fear that they did of ever doing a comparative study, said they would never do it, it became clear to me they must have done this study 1,000 times. And they cannot get the result they're looking for. Think about it. I'm not standing here today. There's no one in this room. Robert Kennedy Jr. is not HHS secretary. If any major medical organization or any regulatory agency in the world could simply compare vaccinated kids to unvaccinated kids and show that the vaccinated are clearly healthier. That should be, by the way, the easiest study known to man. If these products that were designed to make our kids healthier make them healthier, how hard is that study to do? Yet 10 have been done, all with the same results, but this time, if you'll hear in the movie from a man that says, I am pro-vaccine, I am not putting this out, I don't want to end the vaccine program. Is there anything wrong with the study? Nothing wrong with the study. Would you publish it just as it is if the climate was different? Definitely. Would you publish it if the mainstream press wouldn't ridicule you or just avoid the story altogether, which they've obviously done? But what happened here? The press will say, well, they didn't publish it. It's not my deal. It's not that an anti-vaxxer did this study and couldn't get a journal to publish it. Henry Ford didn't come out and say, you know, that we had a janitor do this study. and it wasn't, properly done. It was their top scientist. It was their data. They said there's problems with the data. It's your data. It's the most complete data set, really one of the most in the entire country. Why was it he couldn't get a study that showed us anything different than the Boston study? In the end, 2.5 times the rate of chronic disease amongst the vaccinated, 6 times the rate of neurodevelopmental disorders, 6 times the rate of autoimmune disease. These kids were so incredibly sick. Tens of thousands studied. This is where we're at. This is where all of media should be. It started out, there was 2 journalists, Jeffrey Tucker and I, and a bunch of people that have been talking about it for a long time, saying, hello, Houston, it looks like there's a problem here. Now, every podcaster in the world is covering this, and the mainstream is clinging on to this rock as the waves are smashing at them left and right. This is the most recent Atlantic article about me. I genuinely am upset that your kids are vaccinated. Del Bigtree, a longtime ally of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., isn't just anti-vaccine, he's pro-infection. Can't beat headlines like that. And guess what? I said that. I'm going to go through some numbers that we can prove. This is the vital statistics, the CDC of the time in 1960. There you have it, measles. Death rate 0.2 per 100,000. Death rate was 1 in 500,000. That means about 400 or 500 people per year. Now, I suppose the press will try to make us really care about the 400, and we should. Those are real people, but why do they matter and not the people that we know are dying from vaccines and are being injured by vaccines? There is a warning label, by the way, wrapped around every vaccine like every drug. People die every year from vaccines. Fact. People are injured and made sick and develop autoimmune disease every year. Fact. Why doesn't the media care about those people? Why don't they want to know what the number actually is? Is it because it hurts our orthodoxy? Do we want to believe in an immaculate product that is conceived brilliantly by angels at Merck and Pfizer and Sanofi Aventis? I suppose. But 400 people died per year. So we are vaccinating our kids, not 1 time, not 2 times, 3 times with a vaccine that clearly didn't work with the first shot, to protect 400 kids per year. But there are tons of studies on risks of cancer, risks of heart disease. The lists go on and on. Reduction of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma if you've had measles and mumps, 40% reduction. Reduction of Hodgkin's lymphoma, 70% reduction. So that right there, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, 19,000. So 40% would not die from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma if they'd had measles as a kid. So what did we just save right there? At least 5,000 to 7,000 people every year saved by not giving a measles vaccine. That already destroyed your 400. Your 400 out of the water. We're underwater now. Hodgkin's lymphoma, 1,000. 70% reduction there, what? 700 more. Ovarian cancer cut in half. 50% if the woman had measles and mumps as a child. These are huge numbers, saving thousands and thousands. 7,000 more saved right there. Look at this. Arthrosclerosis. This is the big one. This is the #1 cause of death in the world. And what does it say? I got to read it. Let's start right about here. So with both infections, 80%, so 20% reduction in death from myocarditis and total CVD. Same for women, about 17%. So 20% reduction in death from heart disease in America, the #1 killer, about 1 million every single year if you go ahead and Google it. So that's 200,000 people saved if they were allowed to have mumps and measles as a child. Those are my kids. I'm not here to talk about the vaccine injury of my children because I've never vaccinated them. I will never vaccinate them. They will have that choice once they're 18. They can go on and make their own decisions if they still live in a free country. But these are the reasons I'm not vaccinating my kids. I believe they're healthier. Yes, I am pro-infections that kill 400 kids that were probably very, very sick, and I'm sure we should work on treatments for them. But think about the biggest scam of all times. Think about COVID, where we now know the death rate's about 0.35%, a bad flu season. Look what pharma did. They could have made a product, like call it a drug. It's really the only difference. Call it a drug, and you sell it to 0.35% of the population that could die from this disease. Or do you make a product that the 99.7% have to take in order to protect the 0.35%? Hey, there's a genius idea. Let's make a product that everybody else has to take to protect that tiny percent. That 400 dying from measles. That 400 getting hepatitis B. When millions and millions are being injured, as I think we see here today. And lastly, I want to finish up. Robert Kennedy Jr. is not your enemy. Robert Kennedy Jr. is in there trying to ask the right questions. And if he has a bias, he's reaching out to every scientist that's out there. Do the vax versus unvax studies. Prove us wrong. Get it done. This is Bernadine Healy at the NIH long before Robert Kennedy Jr. was there. What does she say we should be doing? What does she say about the science around autism? This is 2008. Is it playing? There's no video there? I'm sorry, you guys. Ultimately, she goes on to say that this is a time where we should be doing the science. She was shocked to find that there was no science that ever actually looked at those who got autism after a vaccine. Isn't that a mind-blowing statement by the head of NIH? We've never looked at the children that actually got autism, that their parents said, I saw it happen right after a vaccine. Great, let's get your kids right into a study. When we hear about the mountains of studies, another simple study they've never done. Just like the vaccinated versus unvaccinated, they've never done a study looking at children whose parents said, I watched them regress right after their vaccine. I also want to point out that Hannah Poling was paid in vaccine court for autism. Millions of dollars, so somebody got autism from a vaccine. We like to forget about that. And in this Atlantic article, he asked me, how are you so, okay putting your kids at risk of polio and measles and all these febrile diseases? He's like, I've heard your argument. I know you think it makes them healthier, but aren't you worried about that risk at all? And I walked off. I actually walked to my car, and it hit me. And I walked back inside and said something I haven't said in a long time. I said, you know what I am afraid of? I am afraid of autism. As a parent, an issue that is 1 in 30, not 1 in 10,000 like measles, not even 1 in 1,000, 1 in 30, 1 in 12.5 boys in California right now. Sure, the Atlantic will want to point out that they're not all, extreme autism, that some of them are going to college. That's true. But if I've interviewed the parents whose kids are still in diapers at 18, that will never, ever get married, that won't really be able to have the life that was given to them by God, that this nation is supposed to protect their inalienable right. I'm afraid of that for my kids. I'm afraid for every kid, and I can tell you, because of the studies that I have looked at, because of the interviews I have done, vaccines are causing autism. Vaccines are causing autoimmune disease. Vaccines are causing neurodevelopmental disorders. Vaccines are causing speech delays. All of these things, separated, by the way, are listed in the vaccine insert. They know. Causes speech delays, causes tics, causes seizures, causes encephalitis, brain swelling. Put all together like Nick Hulscher's done, those are all attributes of autism. We'll pay them separately, but there's no way all of them put together could have happened from a vaccine. We're in a reckoning moment right now. We've got to stay calm. We've got to keep talking to these people in the newspapers. They're human beings. They were brainwashed just like many of you who are here because your child was injured by a vaccine. And prior to that experience, you would have maybe been yelling at another parent for not doing the same thing. The culture is falling apart. The religion is dissolving right before our eyes. Be gracious. We're winning. But be loud and more proud than you've ever been. Thank you. I guess they found the video, so I'll just end with what Bernadine Healy said.
Thank you, Del and Mark. Our next speaker is Mary Holland. She is, you know her, you love her, President and General Counsel of Children's Health Defense.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. Can you hear me? Yeah? It's only because they love me that they put me right after Del Bigtree. So I want to start, it's going to be a heavy day today, but I wanted to start with a moment of lightness. So 3 people walk into a bar, a health freedom activist, a vaccinologist, and Tony Fauci. And the bartender says, what do you want? And the activist says, I'll order what I want. The vaccinologist says, I will trust and follow the science. And Tony Fauci says, stop right there. We're closing down the bar unless you're triple jabbed, wearing 2 masks, and sitting 6 feet from the peanuts. And I don't want to trivialize COVID at all. I want to talk about COVID. But it was the absurdity of the things that we were asked to follow. And that is the essence of tyranny. Getting people to follow things that they know in their heart of hearts are absolutely absurd. So during COVID, and COVID is what brought us here, right? I'm one of the people who was, like Del, here long before COVID, but COVID is what has brought this movement together to make America healthy. And at the heart of the Make America Healthy Again movement are the people who were injured by vaccines and who said, we can't continue this program. So what were some of the absurdities during COVID? Like we said, the masks, the shots, the tests, the forced shutdowns, the school closures, the lockdowns in your home, the experimental toxic injections, the closing of houses of worship. Everything about it was a fiasco. And that's why Children's Health Defense and many other groups, Brownstone, who's here, Health Freedom Defense Fund, we are all joined together in something called COVID justice, because there has not been the reckoning that Del just spoke about. We must have a reckoning that at a minimum says that they won't do this again. They won't abrogate the Constitution and everything that we hold dear. So I've got some flyers here. You can sign a petition for a Senate resolution that they won't do this again, that they won't play the pandemic card to the detriment of the whole country and truly of the world. But what happened during COVID was only slightly more insane than what has been the childhood vaccine program for almost 100 years. And I want to focus on the fact that this conflict between medical freedom and medical coercion goes back more than 100 years. It's a couple hundred years old, but it's a fundamental conflict that we must resolve now in favor of medical freedom or forever be truly slaves to medical tyranny. So I want to quote from a Court of Appeals decision from Judge Benjamin Cardozo from 1914, where he said in a ruling about a surgery that was performed on a woman without her informed consent, he wrote, "Every human being of adult years and sound mind has a right to determine what shall be done with his own body." And we have to transfer that also to women and to children. That's 1914. That's the law from 1914, and it is often looked at as one of the first very clear formulations about prior free and informed consent in a medical context. And I should say that decision says that the doctor should be liable for assault for having done something without that woman's consent. 1947. The world witnessed medical atrocities among Nazi doctors. In the concentration camps, they used human beings as experimental subjects. So American doctors and American lawyers formulated the Nuremberg Code. And in 1947, the first sentence of the first principle is the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. And I love in that sentence, it's absolute. There's no black and white here. It's absolute. You have to have voluntary consent. And since Nuremberg, this principle has extended to every dimension of medicine. That is the hallmark of ethical modern medicine. So to the extent that there is any medical coercion anywhere in the world, it is clearly a violation of Nuremberg. And I just want to read a little bit more the second sentence of the Nuremberg Code. It means that the person involved should have legal capacity to give consent, should be so situated as to be able to exercise free power of choice without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other ulterior form of constraint or coercion. COVID and the childhood vaccine program throw all of that out the window. That was to end the possibility for medical atrocities. And what we're talking about, if we are indeed, as I know we are, harming 1.4 million children a year, that is a medical atrocity. So this has been amplified in the Belmont Report, the Oviedo Declaration, the Declaration of Helsinki, the Common Rule, the UNESCO Declaration on Human Rights and Bioethics, and yet medical coercion persists. And I think you can encapsulate the idea of informed consent from the women's movement. My body, my choice. And that extends to my body or my children's bodies, the parents' choice. So the only place that this sort of exception to informed consent has existed is around infectious disease. And it's been the childhood vaccine schedule to prevent infectious disease and this idea that we have to prevent these pandemics. And it's absolutely common knowledge that the COVID shots did not stop transmission or infection. So I think we've come to a point now where this has to get resolved. It was too fundamental and global an issue with COVID that it can remain sort of in the shadows. But I think what we saw in the 1970s is big industry understands that chronic disease is profitable and it has many side benefits in terms of controlling populations. It is a full-time job to care for someone with a chronic disease. And I think the way that this happened was through Congress. I think the 1980 Bayh-Dole Act basically making government scientists captured by industry. They can get royalties up to $150,000. They can pass it on to their heirs. The 96 National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act that Dell mentioned, which basically bought liability protection for industry and for healthcare providers. And then the 2005 Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act that basically said anybody involved with pandemics, the government, the planning, the government planners, the healthcare people, the manufacturers, they're all free. And that was globalized by something called the COVAX facility. This is literally an attempt to buy the world the kind of liability protection or immunity that is what we should have. We should have immunity, not industry. So I think medical coercion, the good news is it's losing. The COVID vaccine uptake today is 7.6%. That's from 5 days ago. The hepatitis B uptake among babies is now down 10%. Flu vaccine uptake is down. And people are voting with their feet. Tens of thousands of people have left New York, California, Maine, Connecticut to be in states where they can choose not to vaccinate their children because there is at least a religious exemption so that they can exercise their faith and not vaccinate children with products they believe to be harmful to their children. The reality is that vaccines are unsafe and ineffective and they cost lives, the exact inversion of the slogans that we hear. And people today will be telling you more about the body of science that shows this, that it's causing massive harm, that it's dysregulating the immune system, and it's causing a variety of syndromes and diseases. And this is why the vaccine manufacturers, starting in the 1970s, demanded this liability protection. That was after the swine flu disaster of 1976. This is not a new issue. I think you don't ask for liability protection for a perfectly safe product. That's nonsensical. You ask for liability protection as an industry when you know that your product is unsafe and ineffective for many. So I think we should have a new slogan: no liability, no dice. And unfortunately, that even extends beyond the vaccine world. It extends to other areas where big industry is basically setting itself up against individuals, and yet under our Constitution, we're all created equal. And so this is, in my view, really an un-American tendency for industry to get some kind of a liability shield. So why is it so important in this vaccine space? Because vaccines actually touch on, in my view, the most fundamental rights we have as human beings. It touches on bodily autonomy. It touches on freedom of conscience. It touches on parental rights. And it touches on the right to informed consent and refusal for medical interventions. So I think it's pretty basic. How could you possibly assert rights to property or to due process or to equal protection if you don't have rights over your own body? It doesn't get more fundamental than this. And I'm very happy to say that our colleagues at Brownstone Health Freedom Defense Fund just did a poll the end of February. 91% of Americans support informed consent. 88% support the right to refuse medical treatment. 87% medical choice is a human right. Overwhelming majorities of our citizens support medical freedom. So I'm going to conclude with, what's attributed to Gandhi, but it was apparently a labor organizer, really, who said, first they ignore you, then they ridicule you, then they fight you, and then you win. So we're not being ignored anymore. We're no longer being ridiculed all the time. We're certainly being fought. I think the Atlantic article against Dell just shows that, and we're fighting back. And we're really now, I think, within sight of that final stage when we win. States are putting in place medical freedom laws. There's bills in Congress that Children's Health Defense is supporting, the GRACE Act from Representative Stubbe, the right for the right to religious exemptions, the End the Vaccine Carve-Out by Representative Gosar, ending liability protection, and Tom Massey's bill to repeal the PrEP Act. These are great bills, but it's not only in Congress. I think there's a discussion about these issues in the administration, in HHS, in the Department of Justice. There are cases moving towards the Supreme Court from many different corners that are going to bring to a head this conflict and create this legal reckoning. We have got to, as a society, global, decide, is medical coercion okay, or do you have a right to decide what happens to your body? I say, you are friends in this audience. We are winning. As I've said before, during COVID, the truth is on our side, the ethics are on our side, the science is on our side, and the law is on our side. Let us win. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mary. We'll now get into our first panel, our roundtable discussion. I just want to make a note. We are going to have a Q&A session at the end of each of these panels. So if you have any questions, please write them down. We have some notepads on the tables. If you find one of our volunteers, we'll collect them, bring them up to the moderator, and we'll try to get through them in the last 15 minutes of each of the roundtables. So without further ado, let's get into our first one.
Are coming. Yeah, I think we need one more microphone, two more microphones as well. Okay, well, we're getting set with the microphones. I can start the introductions, and I'd like to just again thank Dell and Mary for their great speeches. It's certainly we're kicking off the day with we're going strong. We're going to try and keep it up here with this panel here. And so I guess I have with me here a group of distinguished experts who are some of the leading people in the world on the topic of vaccine injury. So here, let me just start. We can just go down. So we have Toby Rogers. Why don't you just give a brief introduction to yourself and how long you've been working on this, all that stuff.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me out there? A little louder. I'll get as close as I can, but I'm pretty soft-spoken. So, look, we're all here by accident, right? We'd rather be out golfing or being architects or painters or something like that. We all fell into this issue by accident. So I was in a Ph.D. program at the University of Sydney. I was studying political economy. I was studying Adam Smith's views on slavery. I was 1 year into my Ph.D. program, and my then partner's son was diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum. So I thought, well, I have access to a world-class university, and I have digital access to nearly all scientific and medical journals in the world. Why don't I just spend 1 day researching autism just to wrap my head around what's happening? So at the time, the CDC had a web page called The Causes of Autism. So I thought that'd be a promising place to start. And to be honest, I was somewhat daunted. I'm a social scientist, and here I'm asking questions about medicine and the physical sciences. So I needed to be humble about things and cautious and defer to authority. So I go to the CDC webpage on the causes of autism, and it says, well, it's likely genetic. But I'm in a PhD program, so you're not allowed to read secondary sources. You have to read primary sources. So I looked at their footnote. Footnote number 1, autism is genetic. Went and downloaded, printed the study, free printing in the PhD program, so I printed it out, marked it up. The study was filled with platitudes. They hadn't found a gene for autism or many genes. It was just we generally sort of kind of think that genes cause autism. That was their claim. Furthermore, I knew that autism rates were skyrocketing. There's no such thing as a genetic epidemic. So the claim itself was illogical. I thought, wait a second, what's going on here? The number one cause that the CDC is arguing causes autism doesn't check out. And then they said, well, okay, there's some environmental factors. The valproic acid can cause autism if taken during pregnancy. I didn't know what valproic acid was, so I looked it up. It's a treatment for epilepsy, but it's contraindicated in pregnancy. You would never take valproic acid if you knew that you're pregnant. So other than a few accidental cases of accidental ingestion, you're not going to get autism from valproic acid because it's contraindicated in pregnancy. That can't be driving the autism epidemic. And then the CDC webpage said, well, thalidomide causes autism. I thought, no what? And so I looked it up. Sure enough, thalidomide was never approved for use in the United States. There are about 10,000 injuries in the United States from people who are traveling overseas who took it. But it was never approved for use in the United States. So the CDC in 2015 is claiming genetics, valproic acid, thalidomide, and it just kept going on like that. Every time I checked their sources, it didn't check out. And here I'm a social scientist, and within a few hours, I already knew that the CDC's story did not check out. Test. So in just a few hours, as a social scientist, I could prove that the CDC's narrative about autism did not check out. And I wept at that point. I was a true believer in the state. I was a true believer in the CDC. I just wanted to get back to my work on Adam Smith. And the CDC either was incompetent or lying. So I worked on it for another day and another day. I worked on it for 6 weeks. I changed my doctoral thesis topic to the political economy of autism. Spent the next 4 years reading everything that's been written on autism, causation, prevalence, and cost. My doctoral thesis, The Political Economy of Autism, has become one of the most downloaded doctoral research papers in the entire world. And I've worked on this for the last 10 years, both in my Ph.D. program and then for Children's Health Defense and now for the Brownstone Institute. So I realized that I had accidentally stumbled into the largest political economy problem in American history. And the paradox here is that autism is not a scientific and a medical mystery. We know what's causing autism. Autism is a political economy problem of regulatory capture and epistemic capture. And epistemic capture means that the pharmaceutical industry has captured every step in the knowledge production process in science and medicine. So anytime a reporter calls a doctor or a scientist, where they're speaking to a captured entity who was trained in a medical school and with a textbook and a professor, that were all captured by the pharmaceutical industry. So autism is a problem, and the vaccine epidemic, all the harms that come from vaccines, is a problem of regulatory capture and epistemic capture. And so this is right in my wheelhouse. And until we can do something about regulatory capture and epistemic capture, we're going to continue to have epidemics of autism and all sorts of other disorders. So that's how I got into this work.
Well, thank you for that introduction. Yes, we all have our own way we fell down the rabbit hole. So John, would you care to?
Thanks, Mark. Can everybody hear me? My name is John Leake. I'm a nonfiction author. My most recent book, I'm the principal author with Dr. Peter McCullough in Dallas, Vaccines, Mythology, Ideology, and Reality. It's a critical evaluation of the entire history of the vaccine enterprise going back to the 18th century. Those of you who are interested in American history, we start with the smallpox outbreak in Boston, Massachusetts in 1721. An interesting little bit of trivia. The first great advocate, and he was a great intellectual, there's no doubt about it, but the first great American, well, he's British-American intellectual who advocated vaccinology was Cotton Mather. Does anybody remember who Cotton Mather was? He was a great theologian, Puritan theologian in Boston. He was also an advising theologian to the judges who presided over the Salem witch trials. So an interesting bridge of burgeoning science. He was a member of the Royal Society, but he was also very interested in theology. And I think that's kind of an interesting thing that we should all be thinking about as we discuss this. We're oftentimes told that vaccines are a purely scientific enterprise, but in fact, they're a deeply metaphysical and deeply religious artifact as well. And oftentimes, the line between faith and scientific evaluation is strongly blurred. I was happy to hear that the New York Times was here. Your newspaper was honest enough to report that we were a bestseller. Perhaps you people at the Times might even read it. I should say, the one other thing I would add is that my formal training is in philosophy, specifically logic, but I guess in the late 90s, I decided it would be better to make a living writing nonfiction books that are interesting to the general public and not just academic philosophers. I got into true crime writing, and a key element of all crime is fraud. In order to evade detection for a crime, it's necessary to lie about it. And we have individual criminal acts, and we have organized crime. The thing I'm concerned about in this nation's capital of ours, Washington, D.C., where we find ourselves today, is it's become a den of organized crime. Our great President Eisenhower, in effect, warned us about this in his 1961 farewell address. in which he warned about the undue influence of the military-industrial complex. Now, that specific concept that Eisenhower raised is oftentimes quoted and oftentimes remembered. What is the military-industrial complex? It's this combination of military industry, Department of Defense, and a whole area throughout every institution. I mean, if you've not seen Eisenhower's speech, you can watch it on YouTube. He talks about the military-industrial complex as extending its tentacles into every institution, from higher education to scientific research for weapons development to biomedical research, all the way to our great newspapers of record. So he does not only mention the military-industrial complex, he also mentions what he calls the scientific technological elite. And if you want to see an example of the scientific technological elite gone badly amiss, you needn't look any further than Anthony Fauci, the head of the NIAID, during the COVID-19 pandemic, in which it seemed to me, as I was watching this in real time, that Fauci had in effect become the de facto public policy formulator of the Trump administration in his first term. Eisenhower warned about this explicitly because members of the scientific technological elite have special training. The members of our representative government are hesitant, they lack confidence to actually question them. And I think we really saw that with COVID. So to come down to our specific point today, what is the reality of this vaccine program? Who is it that has been driving it since the introduction of the DPT shot to the early childhood schedule in 1948? And then what on earth are we to make of the fact that the vaccine manufacturers, both with the so-called swine flu scare of 1976, and then subsequently with the Vaccine Injury Act of 1986, what are we to make of the apparent paradox that on the one hand they're safe and effective, but then we're told in the same sentence, however, they're not safe and effective for everybody. So if we're going to continue manufacturing these products, we need to be granted liability protection. I'll conclude my introduction with one last remark. If anybody in this room has not read the dissenting opinions of Justice Sotomayor and Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg and the 2010 case Bruesewitz versus Wyeth, I strongly recommend that everybody read the dissenting opinions of those two great liberal justices in 2010, because they spell out with perfect judicial reasoning why the 1986 Vaccine Injury Act is inimical to vaccines being made safe and effective. So I strongly recommend, if you've not read particularly Sotomayor's opinion, I strongly suggest you read it. Our esteemed colleagues from the New York Times and other press, you too might consider reading Sotomayor's dissenting opinion in Bruesewitz versus Wyeth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving down the list, we have Nick. You want to give yourself an introduction?
Yes. So my name is Nicolas Hulscher. I began my journey in this health freedom space at the University of Michigan School of Public Health in 2023. I needed an internship to do some research, and I reached out to every single professor. One of them said yes. It took about a month to receive that yes. So in the meantime, as I was trying to get an internship, I reached out to Dr. Peter McCullough, and he responded in 5 minutes with an internship idea, a research idea. And what that ended up being, because, well, first of all, I went into the University of Michigan for epidemiology training. I wanted to make a difference, particularly given the disaster that we faced in 2020, 2021, and on. And that internship ended up being a systematic review of autopsy findings in deaths after COVID-19 vaccination. So at the center of University of Michigan, I was doing research looking at deaths after the COVID shot. And that angered many professors. I was told I would never have a career, but I didn't care. I did it anyways. And so I'm very happy I did. That paper eventually was published in Forensic Science International. It became the #1 most accessed paper according to the Observatory of International Research about 2 weeks after it was published. And then 2 weeks later, the journal cartel is what I call it, retracted it for unethical reasons, probably illegal. And so that happened. And then it was republished a second time, thankfully. So right now it's up. It's been peer-reviewed 2 times. We basically demonstrated a causal link between COVID shots and death. So after that, since then on, since I graduated, I was able to now contribute to the publication of about 25 scientific studies looking at the harms of vaccines, the possible causes of autism, childhood vaccines, COVID shots, SARS-CoV-2, bird flu, etc. And so, yeah, that's my story.
Brian, please.
Hi, I'm Brian Hooker, and I am the Chief Scientific Officer of Children's Health Defense. I've been at Children's Health Defense in some type of capacity since about 2016, joined the Board of Directors in 2018, and, okay. Any better? Okay. Here we go, much better. Thank you very much. Like I said, I'm from Children's Health Defense, and I've been a part of the Board of Directors since about 2018, and joined Children's Health Defense as an employee as their Chief Scientific Officer in 2021. I was a happy little scientific researcher. I was a scientific engineering nerd at a national laboratory. And lo and behold, my wife and I decided to have a kid in 1998. And in 1998, there weren't as many vaccines in the schedule, but many of the vaccines contained the mercury-containing preservative, the thimerosal. My son was born uneventfully. It was a cesarean section, and it oddly it corresponded when the doctor really needed to go home for dinner. Imagine that. So my wife ended up having a cesarean section. They said it was cephalopelvic disproportion. Not really sure if that was true or not, but that started our odyssey with the medical community, and we thought we were educated on vaccines. We thought we knew what was going on with vaccines. I grew up, my mom was a public health nurse, and she was in charge of the distribution and tracking of vaccines in Riverside County, which is one of the larger counties in Southern California. And, I grew up with pamphlets about vaccines around my house. I knew what the infectious diseases were, but I really didn't know that vaccine injury was a thing. And I really had no clue. I remember signing the vaccine information forms for my son to get vaccinated at 2 weeks when he got the hepatitis B shot, 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, 12 months, and then 15 months. That's the first time that we really even asked a question. Now, my son was tracking slow, but he was tracking slow normal. And so, I can remember we were older parents, so we worried about everything. And remember cramming for his Denver developmental test before he would go in, so he could be the star baby and do really well on his developmental test. Yes, he's crawling. Yes, he's walking. Yes, he's standing up. Yes, he's sitting up. Yes, he's babbling. But all of that came to a screeching halt at his 15-month well baby checkup where he had an ear infection. He wasn't a well baby. We knew that he had an ear infection because we had seen the ear, nose, throat doctor earlier and got that diagnosed the same day. But being the good parents wanting to impress our practitioners, we took him in for his well baby checkup anyway, even though he was a sick baby. We asked the practitioner that day, it was a nurse practitioner, when they offered his Haemophilus influenza B, his DTaP, and his oral polio vaccine, if it was safe to vaccinate a sick child. And she said, she never really answered the question. She just said, oh, we do it all the time. We do it all the time, absolutely. Let's go ahead and get this done. And from public health perspective, a bird in the hand is when you want to vaccinate a child. So if a child is for a well baby appointment, then they will vaccinate that child. And they'll basically tell you whatever it takes in order to get that child vaccinated. And that's what's happened that day. My son received those vaccines. He immediately went to a high-pitched scream. And we've heard this over and over and over again. And he had cataclysmic inflammation. He had encephalopathy, encephalitis, and that the fever that he had after the vaccines and the ear infection lasted 18 days. And so we treated not only with baby aspirin, but for the first time in his little life, he was getting baby Tylenol. We'd have to rotate back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And on day 18, that fever broke. And very, very quickly and very, very precipitously, he lost everything. He lost eye contact. He had about 10 words at the time. He lost all of the words. He lost a lot of motor control that day, and for a while even stopped walking unassisted. And now we know that it was a vestibular gait problem that he acquired because of his vaccine injury. And then at 18 months, he was developed full-blown autism and was diagnosed at his 18-month well baby checkup that he had full-blown autism. So it was as clear as the nose on our face that it was vaccines. We were fortunate to have an integrative practitioner that we started to interact with at his second birthday who said, no more vaccines for this child. And that's probably one of the nicest, most wonderful gifts I think I've ever been given in my entire life, that we had a practitioner who would actually tell us no vaccines. That started my odyssey. I had letters behind my name. The individuals at the CDC had letters behind their name. I thought, oh, I'll pick up the phone and I'll give them a call. Well, it's not that easy. I was encountered by one, Dr. William Thompson at the time, who said that his daughter had all the same thimerosal-containing vaccines as my son, and she was absolutely fine. So, but that doesn't wash with a scientist. You just do not give that a scientist that type of in. So I ripped him a new one, and somehow it stuck because he did call me about 12 years later and started confessing about the fraud and the malfeasance at the CDC. And so back in 2001, 2002, that started my odyssey. I started publishing papers on vaccines and autism in 2004. My career trajectory changed because of that. I started working at a university that protected my academic freedom in 2010, and I've been able to publish epidemiological papers ever since. That's the start of my journey. It will never be the same. I love when Secretary Kennedy says that he will die with his boots on, protecting these children and making a better life for these children. Well, I will die with my wingtips on, doing the same thing. Thank you very much.
So let me put a question to the panel. I'll let anybody take this. So when you're trying to talk to people, perhaps people are skeptical, what are the most compelling pieces of evidence that that you can muster to explain the size and the scope of the vaccine epidemic, and that how we know it and what it is? How do you explain this to people?
Well, I first go to the fact that over 33 million children in the United States right now have some type of chronic condition excluding obesity. And that has increased by fourfold since the 1980s. And it does track directly with the vaccination schedule. So that's the first, just the magnitude. When you think of an epidemic, it's not 1,000 cases of measles in South Carolina or 700 cases of measles in Texas. It is the epidemic of 33 million children between ages 3 and 17 years old in the United States now have at least one chronic condition. Those chronic conditions are linked to environmental stressors and environmental toxins. And if you look at the perfect delivery system for environmental stressors and toxins, it is direct injection. It goes directly into the bloodstream. It is 100% absorption. So why would the federal government, why would the CDC, the HHS, the NIH, the FDA look everywhere else except for vaccinations?
Yeah, the thing that really impressed me was specifically the entire literature on autism. For those who aren't familiar with it, it was first characterized back in the 40s by two guys. One was an Austrian named Hans Asperger, and the other one was an Austrian expat to the United States named Leo Kanner. And both of them, in their early observational literature, characterized this as extremely rare and in most cases congenital. It seemed that the babies had been born this way, this developmental retardation with many peculiar features, but they seem to have been born with it. Now, Asperger mentions one case, a little boy named Helmut, who seemed to have developed these symptoms after a smallpox vaccine. So that's the early literature. Both of these guys characterize this as extremely rare. And then we get into the 70s and then in the 80s, and suddenly it's not rare anymore. I mean, when I was born in 1970, it was estimated to have been about 1 in 10,000 children who had symptomology similar to what Connor and Asperger pointed out. 1 in 10,000. Now, I think the CDC's latest estimate is that it's about 1 in 31 children are around the age of 8 are being diagnosed or have been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Now, there's no way that can be accounted for by some radical, in the space of 40, 50 years, change of the human genome. I mean, anybody who just stops and thinks for one moment logically knows we can't be evolving in a maladaptive way that fast. So what is causing it? And I mentioned that I come out of a background of formal philosophy and then true crime. I mean, you have to ask, well, what are the main environmental shifts that we've had that our children have been exposed to? And then you look at when the vaccine manufacturers got full liability protection, it's 1986. So it's important to remember these two things. First of all, that was intended for the schedule that was already in place. It was DPT, measles, mumps, rubella, and polio. Not surprisingly, the vaccine manufacturer said, liability protection, holy smokes, this is a bonanza. So they started adding a shot after a shot after a shot to the schedule, purportedly to protect children from just every microbe out there. I recently read a paper out of Boston. They're working on a vaccine to prevent children from becoming addicted to drugs and alcohol. Let's vaccinate them against everything. So with that granting of liability protection in 86, Mark showed the graph. I mean, the CHD Brian has done these studies for years. It's just lockstep. The more vaccines are introduced to the schedule, the more autism goes up. So if you say, well, like Sanjay Gupta, my favorite logician, Sanjay Gupta, we don't know what's causing the dramatic spike of autism. However, we do know that it's not caused by vaccines. So anyway, this is what needs to be rigorously investigated. And what we're seeing, and what's very obvious to anyone who really examines the totality of this, is that there is a prevailing orthodoxy against looking at this. That there has been a veil that's been drawn across it, and I had an interview with Aaron Seary just the other day. He said, you need to understand the selective process that's happened. If you're questioning this, then you don't get the grant. You don't get the position in immunology. You don't get the whatever the economic incentive may be in order to support the research. You don't get it if you question the orthodoxy. So, in summation, this just isn't being looked at. Just a veil has been drawn across the inquiry, and those who do raise questions are branded the equivalent of a heretic during the Counter-Reformation.
If I could add to that, I feel like Thomas Kuhn, in The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, underplayed how traumatic paradigm shifts are. I'm mindful of the fact that paradigm shifts are painful. For society, it involves upheaval. Galileo and persecutions by the courts and house arrest and executions and civil wars. Paradigm shifts are painful. What the United States is going through right now, the upheaval in the midst of this paradigm shift from the end of the vaccine era. Can you guys hear me? Did I lose again? From the end of the vaccine era to whatever the new paradigm that's coming along that's going to be better. Society's in upheaval over it, but individuals are in upheaval over it. And I think Thomas Kuhn downplayed how difficult paradigm shifts are because it was the middle of the Cold War. And he wanted to make the case that over here in the United States, paradigm shifts are easy. We just change gears, move on to the better paradigm, off we go. It was a comparison against Stalinism and Lysenkoism, where science came from the top down. And it was telling the Soviet system that the American way of doing science and medicine is better. But now we have authoritarian top-down science and medicine in the United States. And the paradigm shifts are very difficult and very painful. But I just was reflecting on my own journey from believing in the system to questioning it. And one of the most helpful things that happened to me was a colleague, a classmate, early on in my Ph.D. studies said, I have a housemate who has a vaccine-injured kid. I'd never met somebody who had a vaccine-injured kid before. I didn't know that these people existed. She said, do you want to have coffee with him? I said, sure, I'll have coffee with him. So we met up for coffee, and I had heard all of the stereotypes and all of the bigotry against anti-vaxxers, that they're crazy, conspiracy theorists, believe in aliens and whatnot. So I was going into that meeting with all of the baggage of society, all the stereotypes, all the contempt, all the bigotry. We sat down person to person across a cup of coffee. And I said, just tell me your story. And he was a guy about my age, similar haircut, super sweet guy. He said he had a normally developing kid, and they went to a child well baby visit. The child lost speech, eye contact, the ability to socialize. And his life was never the same again. And all the scales from my eyes and all the bigotry melted away. And I realized that this anti-vaxxer was a guy just like me. And the only difference was that his son had gone to a child well baby visit and everything had gone wrong. But I think that's instructive for us. I think the way that we produce change, look, we're in DC, we want to change policy, we want to rewrite the laws, we're doing all those things. But I think change happens one-to-one, conversations over a cup of coffee, telling our stories. And when we do that over and over and over again, we're going to get the paradigm to shift.
So I'd like to say something regarding, how, for somebody that's never heard anything about vaccines, what can you tell them that might, convince them otherwise of what might be occurring? Well, directly injecting 72 doses or 50 injections of toxic materials directly into a 6-month-old infant, small children undergoing critical neurodevelopmental periods, injecting them with aluminum, with formaldehyde traces, it's a carcinogen, with polysorbate 80, it's organ toxic, as well as fetal DNA fragments. There's trillions of fragments of fetal DNA, human DNA from an aborted fetus from the 1960s in the MMR shot. So injecting all of that stuff into a small infant will not improve health outcomes. It's not possible. So that's the first thing to consider. And then the second thing is to really tell if the vaccine is affecting a child's health, you do have to compare the vaccinated children to completely unvaccinated children. And there's been about 13 studies now that have done that. And as Del pointed out earlier on in the presentation, they all found the exact same thing. They all found that the vaccinated children are far sicker across every single domain. And the most important study is an inconvenient study, the Henry Ford study, because it's the best one so far. 18,000 children tracked from birth to average age 10. And literally, every single category was worse off in the vaccinated children. And the shocking point is, though, so right now 40% of American children have at least one chronic disease. Well, in the Henry Ford study, 57% of the vaccinated children developed at least one chronic disease by age 10. So it's a very similar type of prevalence there that we see. And we actually published a peer review and reanalysis of the Henry Ford study, and we just looked at the raw proportions. And in all 22 of the chronic disease categories, every single one, they were higher in prevalence in the vaccinated children, including cancer, autism, neurodevelopmental disorders were like 12 times higher, autoimmune diseases, skin disorders, everything under the sun, learning disabilities, speech delays, tics, ADHD. So this is a very serious situation, and we really have to start commissioning these vaccinated versus unvaccinated studies. But in the meantime, the answer is quite obvious. These childhood vaccinations that we've been just injecting unlimited amounts into our children have significantly contributed to America's chronic disease epidemic.
So one of the things I've been grappling with, and the people who helped put on this today's event, we're talking about is when you try and describe what vaccine injuries are, they're widespread. They affect all parts of the body. They look all sorts of different ways. How do we communicate to people what are vaccine injuries? How do we get them to recognize them? I mean, it's a real challenge because they certainly, except for, I think the one recognized vaccine injury that everyone recognizes is like your arm hurts at the point of injection. Like they're willing to, it's obvious, there's a direct connection. But for other things that are, separated in, come in different parts of the body, they don't look anything like, measles or bumps or anything like that. How do we get people to see that? Or how do we communicate that if, what we know?
The most clear vignette, and Del has seen it thousands of times. I know that Brian has seen it thousands of times. I've interviewed many, many parents, and it is a very clear vignette. It's very well documented in the literature. In fact, the United States government even acknowledged it in the case of Hannah Poling in 2008. Child goes in for a baby wellness visit, receives a large bundle of vaccines all at once. This includes inactivated and attenuated infectious disease pathogens and adjuvants to stimulate the immune system. That night, maybe the next morning, the child develops an acute syndrome, oftentimes characterized by a very high fever, oftentimes a febrile seizure, sometimes seizures without a fever, inconsolable crying, can't sleep. The parents panic. They call the pediatrician. The pediatrician acknowledges, well, you know, in some of these cases where children receive these vaccines, they develop this acute post-vaccination syndrome, but it will resolve. You know, don't worry, Mom. The fever will subside and your child will be fine. But then in a very tight temporal association, the fever resides, but the child isn't fine. The child never resumes his happy babbling, his eye contact with his mother, his smile. He ceases becoming communicative and he becomes withdrawn. The mother then goes back to the pediatrician or to a developmental pediatric psychologist and says, well, what happened to my kid? It was like he was just kidnapped. And she gets the diagnosis of autism. And then she then asks, well, like this happened immediately after the initial acute vignette of high fever and seizures. I've heard this story so many times, you know, I would be blue in the face if I told you how many times I've heard this story. But then comes something that we almost have to, I think the word gaslighting is oftentimes overused. Gaslighting is a method of psychological warfare where you make someone believe intentionally they're losing their mind. It's not exactly the same as deception, but the insanity that it actually induces in the mothers where they're told, oh no, it had nothing to do with the vaccines. I mean, this is the perfidy of all of this. And it's very, very hard-hearted for our society and our government institutions to continuously ignore these thousands of parents.
One of the things that we've been studying at Children's Health Defense is the hit that the immune system takes every time a child gets at least a single vaccine. Now, we know that innate immunity, that is the front line of defense. And so if a child has a cough, exposed to a bacterial infection, a viral infection, then really the critical period of time where the innate immune system reacts is pretty much immediately. Within the first, anywhere between the first 15 minutes all the way up to the first 24 hours is innate immunity. And so if that innate immune system is being compromised over and over and over again, prior to Secretary Kennedy, there were 28 different vaccines that were given through the first birthday. And so what we're seeing is more, we're definitely seeing more neurological disorders, definitely seeing more neurodevelopmental disorders, but we're also seeing more sickly children. So we know that the propensity for a child who's following the vaccination schedule, and these are not, this is through an epidemiological study that we're doing through what's called the clinical informatics program. So these are pediatricians that are friendly to CHD. So typically when we look at our vaccinated group, they're only getting about 8 vaccines in that first year of life. But yet their rate of recurrent ear infections, recurring strep infections, and recurring respiratory infections is at least double of the children who are unvaccinated. So what we're seeing essentially is that well baby checkups when the child is very, very young begats sick baby checkups when they're older, because the innate immune system, by the time the first year of life is done, the innate immune system is shot.
I would just add, I think that stories are going to be what turns the tide and enables us to win in the end. I think rather than telling people the facts that they're not ready to hear, I think we need to ask, oh, you know, this eczema happened in your life. Well, did you have a shot right before then? Did you have the flu shot right before then? And to share our own stories. I will never get another vaccine again. I didn't take the COVID vaccine. It didn't seem safe. I studied the research. The clinical trial from Pfizer showed increased all-cause mortality in the vaccinated group. So that's why I didn't do it. But everybody has to go through this process for themselves. We can't impose this from the top. Everybody has to do the work for themselves and have the change of heart and mind in their own time. When I was doing my Ph.D. studies, Larry Cook had this website, Facebook page called Stop Mandatory Vaccination. And it was just people sharing their stories all day long. And I could actually watch the autism epidemic happen in real time through this Facebook page. Because parents, in the middle of the night, when they'd gotten home from the hospital after their child had had seizures and fevers and vomiting and all the other signs of a vaccine injury, would come home with no results from the doctor, and they'd go online, and eventually they'd find their way to Larry Cook's Facebook page, and they would share their stories. Every week, there was a SIDS case where some parent would say, I don't know what happened, my child was perfectly healthy, and then the child suddenly and unexpectedly died. But it was those powerful stories that educated the parents who were seeking advice and changed the hearts and minds of everybody reading that. That's why the censorship is so severe. The pharmaceutical industry cannot exist without censorship. The vaccine program cannot exist without censorship, because when we share our individual stories, our individual testimony, we change hearts and minds. And that's the reason why we were so censored over the last 5 years. And the censorship hasn't stopped. It continues. Now it's just done algorithmically. During the Biden administration, it was done by people in the White House calling the people at Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and telling them exactly who to censor. And Dell was censored, and Mary was censored, and I was censored, and anybody doing good work was censored during COVID. But it's because our stories are so powerful that they have to censor us. That tells us that that's where our leverage comes, and that's what they fear. They fear us talking to each other, they fear us meeting in person, and they fear us telling our stories to each other. I think that's how we convert hearts and minds.
Well, so we have, I guess, about 10 minutes left. So I just want to open it up, you guys. 10 minutes, what do you have that's important to say?
I'll start off. I just want to bring up a recent study. We just uploaded it onto the preprint server. And we looked at the death reports after MMR and MMRV vaccination in the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. And we compared those death reports, the amount of those death reports, to measles infection deaths. So we looked since 1995, and since 1995, there has been 2,600% more MMR and MMRV vaccine death reports than there have been measles deaths. And so it's absolutely absurd. We should not be, 2,600% more children should not be dying from a vaccination program. It's absolutely ridiculous. So that means for the past 30 years, it has functioned almost as a death program. It's not working. It's a disaster. A vaccine should never kill more than the disease, never. So they got to think of something else to do with that. And these children particularly, most of these deaths, there was about 300 of them. Most of these deaths occurred within 2 weeks after the vaccine. Most of them were between 1 year old to 1.5 years old, right when they get these shots. And they died of cardiac arrests, sudden infant death syndrome, seizures, encephalitis. And so the clinical presentations were all matching up. The temporality is matching up. And we identified a significant mortality signal with these shots. And so we put it up on the preprint server. We put it up on ResearchGate. And ResearchGate deleted it because they said it was a threat to public security or public health. Yeah, so this censorship cabal, or whoever owns these journals and ResearchGate, there really needs to start being investigations into these entities or individuals, because that is the true threat to public security and public health, to just delete studies.
Yeah, I would add that part of the way in which this entire discussion has been distorted and a great deal of confusion has been sown throughout the general public is the proposition that if it weren't for all of these shots that infants are receiving, these endemic infectious diseases would all come roaring back, and that we'd have Arlington cemeteries full of babies. And I think Del and Mark both pointed out, there's something that we went through in our book. You just go to U.S. Vital Statistics year after year. They're very assiduous about compiling how precisely did Americans die over the years. And they're listed, it's not percentages, it's specific numbers. And you see, by the time the DPT, the schedule was promulgated with DPT in 1948, it was in a recommendation of the American Academy of Pediatrics. All of these infectious disease illnesses, the mortality, not the morbidity, not case counts, but mortality in all of them had plummeted by well over 90% before the schedule was even introduced. Now, why is that? Now, this is where it's useful to know a little something about history. If you go back to London, it was the richest, Victorian London in 1860, the richest city on earth, and you went to an urban slum, and you looked at the conditions in which people lived. Their incredibly bad nutrition profile. They did not have clean water. They didn't have sewage. They were inhaling coal smoke. Everybody had, it's called London fog. Everybody had a low-grade case of bronchitis going. I think the most important thing is nutrition. Remember Charles Dickens' novels, Tiny Tim's is crippled from rickets. That's a vitamin D deficiency. So that should be a proxy to how poor nutrition was amongst the urban poor. And then you have no clean water. So the ecological conditions, well, let's just take a century. Between 1848 and 1948 are radically different. Every single living standard of a modern city, whether it be in England, the United States, or Western Europe, had completely transformed, and with it you see this precipitous drop of infectious disease mortality. But what gets all of the credit? It's not all of these miracles of living standards being elevated across the board, things we completely take for granted. I mean, just the invention of the steamship and canals that just brought food to market on a regular basis rather than subjecting people to hunger over the winter. Things we totally take for granted now. So I think that the general public needs to understand that the ecology and the nutrition profile and the living standards today are not comparable to where they were when mankind fell in love with vaccines, or I should say the concept of vaccines.
I think that I want to echo what Nick had said regarding censorship. We recently had a paper, Carl Jablanowski was the primary author, I was the second author on it, regarding mortality of infants in the state of Louisiana. And my hat's off to the state of Louisiana for allowing us to get this data. We had infant death data that was cross-matched with vaccination records. It was very brave of them to release that information. It was odd that the majority of the deaths actually clustered much more succinctly around the birth hepatitis B shot, but we did not have enough information. We did not have good matched records because the hospitals would not release the vaccination records to the state of Louisiana. But when we looked at the 2-month vaccines, there are 6 vaccines that were required in the state of Louisiana at that particular time. The more vaccines that were added to the program, we not only looked at just vax and unvaxxed, and when we looked at vax and unvaxxed, the vaccinated children had a 25% higher risk of dying infant death within the 3rd month after receiving the vaccine in the 2nd month. But as we added more and more shots to that 2-month-old visit, we saw it go from 25% to 45% to 60%. And then when you got the 6-in-1 vaccine, yeah, there is a vaccine that combines all 6 of the vaccines that are given at the 2-month well baby checkup. It's called Vaxilus. Then the risk of infant death clustering around those 2-month shots then doubled. So infants getting the vaccines were twice as likely to get infant death than compared to infants that skipped or opted out at the 2-month vaccine point in the schedule. Not only was our paper taken down from preprints.org, okay, which is a preprint, it had not, admittedly not gone through peer review, it was just a preprint, but it was summarily taken down about a week after it was put up. We were not giving a specific reason, but then we put it on a different preprint server called Zenodo, zenodo.org, and when we put it on that preprint server, it was on for about a week. It's still on to the credit of Zenodo and MDPI, which I believe sponsors Zenodo, but now it carries a warning that it is dangerous to public health and public safety and that it has not been peer-reviewed. So the paper gets its own special warning. So anyhow, we're making a dent, but yeah, we still are the unclean in society.
Briefly, I would like to draw everyone's attention to a study by Sally Ozanoff. It was published in 2018. I believe the first part of the title is Onset of Autism Symptoms. Super important study. I'm about the only guy who talks about it. Sally Ozanoff, she's at UC Davis, published the study in 2018. It was a prospective study, not retrospective, prospective. So they started with a group of normal children, tracked them for 3 years. And the question was, what's the pattern of onset of autism in these children? Traditionally, it was assumed that most children are born with autism, as we discussed earlier. This study is the first study to challenge that assumption. And it looked at the data 3 different ways. Brilliant study design, interviewed 3 different sets of people, parents, doctors, and autism specialists, and tracked the pattern of onset of autism. What she found is that up to 88% of autism cases are characterized by regression. 88% of autism cases, up to 88%, are characterized by regression. What matters about regression is it suggests an acute toxic exposure. And what's the most likely acute toxic exposure? A child well baby visit, the vaccines that they get. So look, 115,000 children per year in the United States develop autism. That's 315 children per day, every day of the year, 365 days a year in the United States develop autism. If Sally Ozonoff's work is correct, that up to 88% of these cases are regression, it means that 277 children every day in the United States, 365 days a year, regress into autism. It is like a plane full of children crashes every day in the United States. And public health authorities continue to pretend that this isn't happening. So Sally Ozonoff's work is really important to this conversation, and we have to stop 115,000 autism cases from happening every year, and the way that we stop that is by keeping toxic chemicals out of kids' bodies. That starts with getting rid of vaccine schedules altogether, but we also have to ban and better regulate about a dozen other toxic chemicals as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of our panelists here for coming and contributing their knowledge. We're running about 15 minutes ahead of schedule, which is good because we only had a 15-minute break, and I didn't know I was going to be able to get something to eat in that time. So we will be returning at the scheduled time, 1:45, and you now have a half hour to break and eat and schmooze. So thank you very much.
I just want to say hi. Hey. Larry Palevsky. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. All right, everybody.
Let's wait for Claire.
No. This on? There we go. Okay, please take your seats, everybody. We're going to get started with our second panel. Test. What? Want to wait? Okay. Yeah, no, I'm so grateful you're able to come down, and having you and Kevin be together is really exciting. So, thank you all for coming.
How long the present?
All right, everybody. We're going to start our second panel here today. Hopefully you enjoyed our discussion, the detailed discussion we had to start off the day. This panel is... Is this not working? Test one. There we go. That's better. All right, we're going to get started with our second panel here today. This one is specifically focused on the COVID shot. So obviously the theme of our event today is on vaccine injury. We want to focus on how it affects children, how it's impacting the chronic disease crisis, but we wanted to have a panel specifically on the COVID shots. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to kick off this panel specifically about the COVID shots. Obviously, that was a major reason why many of us are here, and we wanted to I wanted to have a really detailed discussion about these products, what they contain, how they're harmful, and we have an excellent panel here today of researchers from all over the country. We're really grateful that they're here. We're going to make a brief programming change. John Leake from the McCullough Institute wanted to deliver some remarks on behalf of his organization, specifically about the COVID shots. So we'll go ahead and kick it over to John to get started.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So Dr. Peter McCullough was originally scheduled to speak on this panel. He was unable to go and unfortunately been embroiled in litigation. It's not the first time for Dr. McCullough. He's kind of been steadily harassed since 2020. But some of you may recall that Dr. Peter McCullough was the first major university hospital center doctor of note with a large resume in the National Library of Medicine, who came out and he said in an editorial in The Hill in August of 2020 that the messenger RNA COVID-19 vaccine program is a great gamble. That was actually the headline of the piece, the great COVID-19 vaccine gamble. And what he said is that this is an untested genetic technology. It has not been properly studied. We do not know the long-term ramifications of injecting everybody with this, but what we're seeing thus far is that the illness itself does not pose a major threat of severe illness and mortality to the vast majority of the population. So why would we have this insistence on injecting everybody with a gene therapy technology when the risk-benefit analysis just does not support this? So he demonstrated an open mind, and unfortunately his presentiment that this was going the wrong way, or would likely, this gamble would probably be a losing one, unfortunately, sadly, has been borne out in the reality of his clinical practice. Because he couldn't make it, he just asked me to make a few remarks in his stead. Obviously, I'm not a medical doctor, but I talk with him almost every day about what he's seeing. The main things that he's seeing in his clinical practice that are directly attributable to the COVID-19 vaccine, possibly in combination with exposure to the actual SARS-CoV-2, the illness, there seems to be a amplifying effect of repeated vaccination. Now, because it does not prevent infection and transmission, as Rochelle Walensky acknowledged in August of 2021. What we see is people repeatedly getting shots and then getting repeated cases of COVID-19. So you have this repeated exposure, and this is the key point here, the spike protein. The spike protein is the toxic part of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and it is the specific protein that is the production of which is induced by the injection of messenger RNA into the deltoid muscle. So the spike protein is the protein of interest and the protein of concern. And what he is seeing in his practice is very specific. The way he's testing for the presence of spike protein, thus far it has been largely through a proxy test. It is an antibody test, specifically an antibody assay for the presence of spike protein antibodies. And what he's finding is, in his patients that have various syndromes, starting with the general malaise, going up to myocarditis, strokes, a whole range of syndromes, if he tests and he finds an antibody count of over 1,000, that's already an area of concern. Where he's seeing tests coming back, a spike protein antibody test coming back with a value of over 5,000, that's correlating very closely with these syndromes. Now, he's a cardiologist, first and foremost, and the really heartbreaking thing that we're seeing in his clinical practice is myocarditis in young people. And the temporal association with vaccination is very, very clear. They get the vaccine and they'll develop chest pain. Our cameraman here today, Brian Olson, he actually joined our group because no one would treat or even acknowledge his myocarditis. He went to multiple doctors. Everybody said that he was having anxiety. Finally, Dr. McCullough correctly diagnosed him with vaccine-induced myocarditis and has successfully treated him. I'll conclude by saying this. We need more than a spike protein antibody test. We need a test for directly measuring the presence of the spike protein itself in samples such as blood and urine. There is a test in Germany. We're working with a lab in Germany at the McCullough Foundation to test specifically for the presence of spike protein. It derives from a test that's been around for a long time, the ELISA test. And it's very accurate. It's a very sensitive assay. Unfortunately, our FDA is disinclined for reasons that can only be, in my view, regarded as suspicious. This is not becoming a standardized protocol for testing for the presence of spike protein. The FDA doesn't want to approve it. So I would say that the way forward out of this, this blindness and this refusal to acknowledge what we're dealing with, a good start would be for the FDA to have a standard protocol for testing the presence of spike protein. Once we know that a patient has a large amount of this spike protein in his tissues, we need to be looking for constructive ways to eliminate it from the body. Now, I'll say one last thing. For whatever reasons, and I do believe that our valiant secretary is trying, but HHS has been very, very reluctant to do any kind of research on not only diagnostics, but also efficacious therapies for binding, neutralizing, and excreting the spike protein. That really is the challenge that confronts our medical establishment, and most of our medical establishment, including our public health agencies, aren't even acknowledging it. So if anybody's listening at HHS, let's start talking about detecting spike protein and finding ways to get rid of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. We have an excellent panel here today of folks who have so much expertise, very deep research and clinical expertise on all these issues. So I'm really excited to get this started. If you wouldn't mind just introducing yourselves, and we'll get started.
My name is Maria. This is work. Hello. My name is Maria Gutschi. I would call myself an independent researcher. I have a Doctor of Pharmacy degree from Wayne State University many years ago, had great training, did infectious diseases, but I also worked in a regulatory basis, reviewing and assessing drugs. So I would say I'm a drug assessor, first and foremost. At the beginning of 2021, I did what I would normally do, and as I went to the European Medicines Agency, which tends to write up their results on drugs very well, and started reading what they wrote. And I've been at it ever since.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Wafik El-Deiry. I'm a physician scientist, medical oncologist who is at Brown University. I'm the head of the Cancer Center there. I wear a few other hats. I'm an American Cancer Society professor, and I see a bunch of people more than the age of 45. So you should all talk to your doctor about getting your colonoscopy. I'm known in the field for a couple of things. About 30 years ago, I was at Johns Hopkins, just up the road, discovered a gene. It's called WAF1, which has some resemblance to my name. And I've lived with that for 30 years, thinking I would never do anything else that's important. But my lab that has studied tumor suppressor genes, including P53, which is the most commonly mutated gene in cancer, has found connections with the innate immune system, and eventually we discovered a drug that boosts the innate immune system, a small molecule drug that got tested in clinical trials, and I'm happy to say it was approved by the FDA last August, the first ever approval for these aggressive middle-of-the-brain cancers with a specific mutation. Now, when the COVID pandemic started, we started hearing things like research is non-essential. You know, if you run a lab, just kind of wait until we fix this. And you know, I've run a lab for 30 years, and that didn't sit well with me. We do have expertise on FDA-approved drugs and how they work, and inflammation and things, you know, I've studied in my career as an oncologist and cancer researcher. So we started doing some research. What could we do back in 2020? And we discovered a class of drugs that suppresses ACE2 expression. This is the molecule that the virus uses to infect cells. And by the way, remdesivir increases ACE2 expression. We published that in the middle of 2020. And, you know, toward the end of 2020, nobody cared about this type of research because we had vaccines. As a medical doctor, it was scary. I was glad there were vaccines. I had no choice but to take it to just do my work. But I was happy, you know, to do that. And I've been subsequently labeled as an anti-vaxxer, which is incorrect. You know, vaccines can help if they're safe and effective. And so fast forward, all along, you know, we know viruses can cause cancer. They're well-documented examples, human papillomavirus, for example. Some are more controversial, but the idea that a virus can cause cancer was not foreign to me. And so early on, I wanted to look into whether there's any relationship between COVID infection and cancer. And of course, because I have a one-track mind, P53 is the center of the universe. So I got to doing those studies and published a paper by April of 24 that the spike protein that was just mentioned suppresses the activity of P53. I've studied this protein for 30 years. I've discovered how what genes it turns on, and when you overexpress spike, you attenuate this and you make cells that overexpress spike more resistant to chemotherapy, like cisplatin or 5-fluorouracil we used to treat cancer. This was published, and I came under a severe and horrible attack, and I was just doing some science and reporting what we found, and I thought we were very balanced in the reporting and the discussion of the work. For example, if you're developing a vaccine, you want to make sure it boosts the immune system and does what it's designed for, but you'd like to limit collateral damage to host defenses against all kinds of things, including cancer. So that would be a lesson learned from that type of work, but it still came under attack. I came under attack. By the middle of 25, I was invited to serve on the COVID immunization working group that reports to ACIP, the advisory group on immunizations that reports to the CDC. And at the time, I was, I think, invited because of my expertise in cancer, because that's potentially something that's there. But also, I am a medical doctor. I've done clinical research. I have very familiar with approvals and informed consent. And so I agreed to do this. And over the summer and fall of 25, dug into the world's literature on anything and everything we know about COVID infection, COVID vaccines, and cancer. And we found stuff. We found a bunch of reports, case series, a few population studies, no reliable population studies in the United States, but the cases are there, like sarcoma that develops in the arm, right where you've done the injection after more than one vaccine dose, or more than what I would expect for lymphomas. Again, cells that are present, that are circulating where injections are done. So there was a temporal association between injections of mRNA vaccines and subsequent development of cancer, but there was also a spatial component. It happens here, it happens in the head and neck, or breast cancer, or brain cancer. Multiple cancers have been described. And so, I worked with my colleagues, including Dr. Cooper-Wasser, who should have been here today but couldn't make it. And we reported to the working group, we reported to the ACIP our findings. And our findings related to, we were glad a vaccine might be available, but then some unexpected things emerged. Things that were unexpected, about its biodistribution, how long it lasts, some side effects that I think we're all talking about today, and then some science about what happens with multiple shots as far as the immune response, and then some biology of the vaccine because it's modified RNA. The modification of RNA with pseudouridine won the Nobel Prize a few years ago. It was a breakthrough because RNA, normally you breathe on it, it degrades and goes away. When it's modified with pseudouridine, it's stable. Dr. Bhattacharya has said for a couple of years now, we don't know what the dose is, we don't know what the distribution is. You can't turn it off. You don't know where it goes, and so there's a lot of emerging literature around this. And so, in our report, we ended up identifying gaps in knowledge, including epidemiologic data as well as forensic data. You know, I totally agree with measuring spike levels in the blood. I mean, it's not such a foreign thing to have a viral antigen test. We do this for a lot of different, you know, hepatitis and you name it. But our tests are more sophisticated. You know, we can look for the spike antigen, but we can also look for nucleocapsid protein, which comes from the virus. So you could tell the difference between viral infection or vaccine with a test that could be done on blood. It could be done on tumor tissue. And by the way, there are cases of cancer where spike has been found, nucleocapsid has not been found. We published a report in January in a journal called Oncotarget, and the attacks on me escalated, the attacks on the journal with a cyber attack. It was shut down. You know, people were interested in reading this. They couldn't access it as a published paper. And by way of a disclaimer, I'm the editor of that journal. So I think that was probably ultimately, I had nothing to do with the review or the decision, but I think you know, few journals would publish such a report. And we published it so that people would know this is out there. And, you know, by the way, after it was published, I was contacted by a representative of the government of Japan, somebody who has been in the government for at least 10 years. And he said, I am so thankful you published this, because he personally had a lymphoma 3 years ago that metastasized to his tonsil, and he had that biopsied, and they found spike and no nucleocapsid protein. Tumors shouldn't have spike. There should be no spike there. That's a gap in our knowledge where we really need much more of that. And then there are other very important issues having to do with causality. This is where science can help. I mean, I am somebody who's been funded by the NCI since 1998. But I don't have any resources to do the type of research that I am capable of doing to address causality in tissues or in animals or whatever kind of research one would want to do. We have the knowledge, we know what we should do, but we don't have the resources. So I think I've gone on long enough, and I'll stop here.
Hello, everyone. Is this on? My name is Kevin McKernan. I've spent about 30 years in the genomics field. I think last time I was probably down in this quarter of the neighborhood here. I was actually attending a celebration when the Human Genome Project completed in 2000. So many of the names you've heard, Francis Collins and Bernard Healy, I know personally. In that field, we were building tools to do DNA sequencing, and predominantly through doing plasmid sequencing, which has a particular echoing effect into what I'm going to speak about today. But the course of my career, to keep this brief, I've been building DNA sequencers, I've been building tools to measure DNA, and I've applied those clinically, usually in the field of autism and in epilepsy and mitochondrial disease, which I do think are playing a role in autism, but not as a epidemic, as Toby had brought up, but as a precursor or a precondition. That there are certain genetic mutations that were always in the population that when you impose a certain genetic burden onto the population, particularly a new one, they begin to emerge. They did not form as, through rapid breeding cycles or through selection. They were always there, and they were basically some preconditions, if you will, that get exposed. So we've done a lot of sequencing in that space and have found certain variants in particular patients that make them more prone to vaccine injury. And so this is not something that's, I think, too far adrift from that concept. But I do believe Toby's correct that it has been delivered as if it's the only cause, and it's not. It's a distraction in many ways. That eventually brought me into the field of of cannabinoids, because many kids with autism with epilepsy are using cannabinoids, and there was absolutely no quality control behind those. And so we built genetic tools to monitor that, to look for microbial contamination in those products, so that kids with febrile seizures would not, in fact, get febrile, if you will. And that led me eventually to looking at some of these vaccines in a very indirect way. And there are some plasmid contaminations in there that we can speak about later. But I don't want to belabor this. So I want to make sure Nick gets a chance here.
All right, well, my name's Nick Hulscher. I'm not going to go through the whole journey again, but I just want to start off with saying, raise your hand if yourself was injured by a COVID-19 vaccine, or you know a family member or friend who was injured. Yeah, so basically the entire room. Now raise your hand if one of your friends or family members died, likely from the vaccine. Yep, so that just goes to show, that's about half the room. So it's a very serious situation. People's families have been shattered. People's grandparents, parents, children have been killed by these so-called vaccinations. They're gene therapies. The mRNA shots are. They're not vaccines. They literally go to all of your vital organ systems, and the mRNA tells those vital organ systems to make non-human, highly pathogenic proteins. So that's a very bad idea. Recently, a study by Ota and colleagues out of Japan found the vaccine mRNA and spike in brain tissue in hemorrhagic stroke patients, so it gets in the brain. Crossan and colleagues found it in the heart. Bowmeyer found the spike protein in the heart. And a paper came out 2 days ago that found the spike protein and vaccine mRNA in placentas. About 30% of women who were vaccinated and were not infected during pregnancy had the spike protein in their placenta and fetal immune cells. So it's getting in there. It has it's transferring through the placenta in pregnant women. And we also know that the shots have decimated unfortunately, some women's reproductive capacity as well as men's. An animal study came out last year by Karaman and colleagues. They injected rats with mRNA shots, and it destroyed 60% of their non-renewable egg supply, the primordial follicles. So once those go away, they don't come back. So you do not want 60% of those gone. And then also a paper by Manichi and colleagues looked in humans, 1.3 million, I believe, in the Czech Republic, and the vaccinated women had 33% lower successful conception rates compared to the unvaccinated women. So we're seeing it in human data, and it's an absolute travesty. And I just want to mention one last thing. So we mentioned death. About half the room raised their hand saying they know somebody who died. Well, we verified that these COVID-19 injections do result in fatalities. They do result in deaths of human beings. And I briefly mentioned it in the first talk, but we did do a systematic review of 325 peer-reviewed autopsy cases so the individual died, had an autopsy, and they received a vaccine. So there's 325 of those published globally. We looked at all of them, adjudicated all of them. Were they from the vaccine or not? Looked at their clinical vignettes. When did they get the last shot? What did they die from? And we found that 73.9% of those deaths were from the vaccine. So unfortunately, yes, they are deadly. Class 1 FDA Class 1 recall should have happened years ago. It's exceeded past vaccine withdrawal limits by like hundreds of thousands of %. And so basically our regulatory agencies have lost their minds. And sorry, one last thing, this is very important. There's now about 4 independent estimates of American COVID-19 vaccine deaths. It ranges from about 470,000 from Pfizer alone up to 840,000 American deaths from the COVID-19 vaccines. We have to remember that that is rivaling the American soldier death toll of World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and the Iraq War combined. So this is very serious.
Thanks, Nick. Okay, this first question I'll give to Dr. Gutschi. So you've researched and written extensively about lipid nanoparticles, particularly on your Substack. But this element of the COVID shots, I feel like, has largely flown under the radar. Can you tell us a bit about what LNPs are, their history, why they're used for these shots, and most importantly, how they can cause harm?
Well, first thing I wanted to say about the LNPs, they're absolutely fascinating, absolutely fascinating. You can spend your whole life trying to understand them and not go anywhere. These are comprised of 4 lipids in very specific ratios. You have your ionizable lipid. You need that because it is the lipid that allows the LNP to cross the membrane, and you don't deliver a mRNA unless you protect it in some way, shape, or form and basically trick your cell membrane into allowing the mRNA to enter into the cytosol. It has a helper lipid for stability, cholesterol, fair amount of cholesterol, and the PEG lipid on the outside. When you make LNPs, it's what I call a supramolecular assembly. So they self-assemble using hydrogen bonds and other forces into one big thing that includes the mRNA, any lovely little contaminants we may have, and other stuff that is found in the lipids themselves, etc., which we then administer to patients. Other important things people don't realize is these are bioactive, so they're not fat bubbles. If you say that in front of me, I'll tear my hair out. So please do not call them fat bubbles. They are bioactive in and of themselves. They, about 30% of them are empty. They don't have any mRNA in them, but yet they're active. And a very shocking factor most people don't realize is that of all the trillions of LNPs that are administered, only about anywhere from 1 to 15% actually make spike protein. So where does the rest go? What do? I believe they gum up your lysosomes and cause cellular stress. That's not very well known. In addition, they can, as soon as they hit your biological fluids, either lymph or blood or whatever, they form a protein quota.
My pleasure.
Oh, a protein corona on there, which is individual for each person. And that protein corona is what often determines biodistribution, which is really based on the protein corona plus the size of your vessels. So a lot of anatomy and that kind of thing. And it can, because they're pegylated nanoparticles, and we have known this for a long time, they can have an acute immune reaction, an innate immune reaction, a blood-facing innate immune reaction called CARPA, complement activation reaction pseudoallergy, where you have complement surround the LNPs, and then you set off the complement system, which sets off mast cells and histamine, and patients can get an acute allergic reaction. It looks like anaphylaxis, but it's not, because it's not IgE mediated. This was known beforehand, but no testing was done to determine what the rate of that cause is. And the last thing, very difficult to understand, for me to explain, but the LNPs, in order to cross over into the mRNA, into the cell, they are what I call threshold related. So it's a little bit more random and stochastic. So sort of like opening up a door, okay, so that you can have a response that's basically, nothing happening, and then you push and push, you hit this threshold, and all of a sudden you get a big response. It's classic for CARPA, which is why we slow down infusions for pegylated doxorubicin, or on Onpattro, we give it very slowly, because then we hope we don't reach that CARPA threshold. So that is a little bit of how strange the LNPs are and how they're not appreciated for their, what I would call soft matter physics. So a little bit of a concept change.
Can I throw one question in there as well? So in classical pharmacology, we're always trained to do vehicle controls. Where are those, and what's the state of vehicle controls with LNPs that are empty payload, basically?
There are no vehicle controls in humans. None. There was none. Full controls in humans. There were nothing. But some of the animal data are looking at empty LNPs, and they actually act differently than full LNPs. By full, we mean they're mRNA loaded. The empty ones could have DNA in them, okay?
And endotoxin probably.
And endotoxin, so they may not be totally clean. But regardless, they actually are more fusogenic. They are more likely to be taken up into cells, and they still remain active. So where are those controls? Indeed.
And so yeah, the technology was not new. It had been worked on and researched for a long time. But why do you think it was rolled out so quickly and aggressively in 2020, 2021? And do you think it'll continue to be used in this capacity?
The LNPs are out of the station, in my view. I don't think we can bring them back. They are useful, perhaps, in certain situations, but it's really amazing to me on Patro, which is the first drug used in LNPs. So when you're a drug assessor, you always try to look for a comparable drug, and Patro was that drug. It has a similar ionizable lipid to the ones used in the vaccines, but it's used for a polyneuropathy, trirethin-mediated amyloidosis, but it has a very clean, as Kevin would say, clean PCR-made small interfering RNA. It's only about 22 base pairs, so you only need 1% to get out of the endosome. It shuts off a gene, very clean. It works great, and almost all of it goes to the liver, 90%, no off-target. I think and then no more than 10,000 people have ever received Onpattro. No more than probably 30,000 people ever received any LNPs prior to the rollout. And now we have 5.6 billion people who have received a dose. That's a 46,000, 400,000 scale up. If we think there were issues between process 1 and 2, the scale up of the LNPs were just as important, because part of that, milligrams, now they're making kilograms. And these are industrial processes. So the original LNPs were not made to any kind of clean compendial standards. There are none. There still are none. They were contaminated with metals like cobalt, arsenic, antimony, volatile chemicals. So it was a mess in the beginning, is all I can say. Yes.
I think an important footnote on the Onpattro story is that they're administering those with immunosuppressants.
So that was part of the CARPA
different.
issue. Yes, that's part of the CARPA, because they are pegylated, just as are things. And you're giving it IV, so you're hitting that threshold, that CARPA threshold earlier. And every single Onpattro dose will get H1 blocker, H2 blocker, so Benadryl, famotidine, say, steroids, plus or minus acetaminophen. And then CARPA can be bad enough for this product that they actually have it the night before as well as the day of their injections, and some people can't even tolerate that. So, and then we are, yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and do you think that might be a reason why the Pfizer and Moderna products were split into 2 doses?
I don't even think they thought that. It's very interesting. No, I'm not so. If you were going to do it, you would have to do micro doses, tiny little doses, like 10 micrograms every 8 hours to avoid that CARPA. The CARPA was considered, I found an article where they actually considered it and said because you gave it IM, you weren't going to get CARPA. And of course, from anyone who does any kind of failure mode analysis or anyone who does any kind of drug assessment, you're like, you can't make that assumption. You have to test it. That was not tested. In fact, the European medicine agencies, in my beautiful little thing that I read, actually asked for it, and the answer came back for a CARPA assessment or for anaphylaxis. Oh, we already gave it to 20,000 people in the studies. We didn't find CARPA, so it didn't happen. That's what actually happened. Yep.
Thank you. Dr. El-Deiry, your paper with Dr. Cooper-Rosser was groundbreaking as one of the first that showed any sort of association between these COVID shots and increase in cancer. Can you tell us a bit more about your methodology there? I know there's a lot of different papers included in that work. And I don't want to necessarily ask you to speculate, but given the lack of in vitro work on this, what do you think might be the mechanisms that these products are actually causing cancers to start and grow in various places?
Yeah, so I'm going to start, I'll address the second part first. There is nothing that would say that these vaccines are causing cancer. It's all circumstantial evidence. but troubling. And I come at this from the perspective of a physician, which is things have happened that have been reported. In clinical research, in oncology, which is my specialty, all it takes is one bad outcome, and clinical trials stop. And, I'd say it's 5 years later now, and there are nuances. I think everybody in the room, and we know this, everybody has a different risk profile, So who's at more risk? There's the epidemiologic side of it, which is, at a population level. Is there more? We don't have good studies in the U.S., amazingly, and elsewhere studies have been published, and the ones that suggest a signal that we talked about have come under attack. The ones that have not, so there was a recent one in France that looked at millions of people. But, if you've had the COVID vaccine in that paper, you had less of a chance of having an accident or less of a chance of dying of suicide. How does that work exactly? And so, I am a total advocate for informed consent. I don't believe we have informed consent. In fact, as part of the work that I've done, looked into the package inserts. And I hadn't looked at it for a while, so while I was sitting there earlier this morning, I looked again. The package inserts for the approved mRNA products today basically say we haven't done any studies of carcinogenicity or male fertility. It's 5 years later, and I think we need to, you have to start somewhere. So the point of the paper was not to publish a definitive study that says COVID vaccines cause cancer. That's just not how it goes. You got to start somewhere. In some people's minds, case reports are the lowest level of evidence that you can have, but case reports are real people. But even in those real people, again, it was the temporal association, the spatial association. There's no real proof, but in terms of your question about mechanisms, there are a number of mechanisms. One of the most powerful differences between people that predispose to cancer is the status of the immune system. And one of the arguments you hear frequently as well, billions of doses have been given, we don't see any. You look at all these population studies and show me the outcomes for people who have had 4, 5, 6 shots. They're not there. And there is data that the immune system with repeated dosing switches, something called IgG4. You make more of it. I mean, there was a study, one of the papers we cite, they looked at almost 100 people who developed pancreatic cancer, and the ones that had high levels of IgG4 had much worse outcomes. And there are other mechanisms that have emerged. There's something called ribosomal frame shifting, which is these modified RNA products can actually make foreign proteins. It's something that viruses do to take full advantage of a very small genome. So they have, alternative frames. But in this case, you're making proteins that could trigger immune responses or
other than the spike.
Oh yeah. So there are numerous mechanisms. I won't even get into what we observed, which is concerning. about effects of the spike protein on P53 because it's preliminary, but others have also suggested effects on DNA repair. And I will just reemphasize the point. It's not so much what these products can do generically, it's also who's at risk. It's a very important point. We know cancer runs in families. Cancer is a product of genetics and environment, and we're all at different risk. And so who's at greater risk of having worse outcomes and things that relate to the immune system? I will say one other thing, it should be said. There was a paper published in the journal Nature in November that if you read that paper, it basically says if you've had a COVID mRNA vaccine, you are now much more likely to respond to cancer immunotherapy. Okay? And when I looked at that paper and read the discussion was not critical in any way for a paper published in Nature. No limitations. It was almost like this is the best thing since sliced bread. But if you read the paper, you see that the COVID mRNA vaccines alone increase a protein called PD-L1. And that's the reason if you take immunotherapy, you have better outcomes with short-term follow-ups. However, PD-L1 is how cancers evade the immune system, and it's tumor promoting. So discussions on social media pointed out, yeah, well, that's a good reason to combine it, and that other drugs like radiation and cisplatin also increase PD-L1. The difference is radiation and cisplatin have been known for decades as anti-tumor agents. mRNA vaccines by themselves are not anti-tumor agents. They cause changes that promote immune evasion and promote tumor progression. And so, I have issues, but in the end, I think, for future work, as long as it's done with appropriate informed consent, it's fine.
Well, thank you for mentioning the package insert as well. I was going to ask you about that. I think if people had read it and had seen that, there might have been a little bit of a different attitude at the beginning. And thank you also for mentioning the dose dependency. That was something that obviously there needs to be far more research on, especially those who kept taking boosters. For Dr. McKernan, your work has repeatedly demonstrated the presence of bacterial genetic sequences like SV40 and other contamination in Pfizer's mRNA COVID vials. Can you tell us about these findings and how they might be harmful, and a bit about your methodology, since it can get quite sophisticated?
Certainly. So from a methodology standpoint, we've used several tools to zero in on this, and there's several other people that have added to this outside of our lab alone. There's David Speaker's work in Canada. There's a group two groups in Germany, Ulrich Kammermer and Bridget Koenig, who've all gone and measured this through a variety of different ways. There's 4 or 5 different rulers you can use to measure how much DNA or RNA is there. I won't go into the details. Our papers tend to dissect that. But I think the key thing people need to understand is that there are recommendations for how much DNA can be in a vaccine, but they have never considered what Maria's been speaking about, which is how do those change when you have a lipid nanoparticle around? These lipid nanoparticles are designed to package that DNA, and they get DNA into the cells 100-fold more effectively than a vaccine that has naked DNA there. So the SV40 components concerned me mainly because they're not in Moderna, and they seem completely superfluous to the design of the vaccine. This was, I think, a warp speed artifact of Pfizer calling up their gene therapy department and saying, we need a plasmid, hurry up, ship us what you have. And they left some of these components in the plasmid. And the fact that they omitted some of these components in their disclosure to the FDA makes me believe they kind of recognize the recklessness of this behavior. That they quickly grabbed a plasmid from the gene therapy department, threw the spike into it, and raced that to market. The reason there's concern for that is that those sequences, one is a nuclear targeting sequence, which means it drives DNA into the nucleus. That's why it's in a gene therapy vector. There's evidence of that particular sequence interacting with P53. There's an SV40 promoter published by Draymond et al. That shows there's some interaction there. There's other papers that have come out after the vaccine rolled out that demonstrated the same sequence was a somatic hypermutability element. There's a paper from Sinigel et al. That points this out. This is something that triggers the ApoBec pathway. It's a pathway that can increase the C to T mutation rate in cells. There's a few mechanisms there that are of a concern. I think what's novel here is when you introduce DNA external to the cell, we can clear that. When you put it into the cell, it starts triggering a pathway known as CGAS-STING pathway. It's a stimulation of interferon genes. And if you do that repeatedly, it can lead to cancer, at least mechanistically in the literature. We don't have this proven, as Wafik is saying, from a epidemiological standpoint. It's more of at cells in a dish. When we study this, you repeatedly hit this pathway, you can trigger oncogenesis. So is it happening in the real world? Well, we don't know, but we do know Moderna's own patents speak to this being a risk. They say we need to clean up this DNA in order for it not to cause this problem. And so they're at least aware of it and have probably tried a little bit harder than Pfizer to get rid of the residual DNA. They tend to have lower amounts of DNA than the Pfizer vaccines. So is it the root cause of all the problems? I don't think so. I think we're looking at something that is a Swiss Army knife of problems. We have spike protein issues. We have LNPs that we don't understand. We have aspects of the spike protein itself that might be amyloidogenic, which are creating these fibrin clots that may have absolutely nothing to do with the DNA. But it's just one more issue that's a sign that the manufacturing is in fact done very haphazardly, because this is not a hard problem to get rid of. If you know and understand plasmids, erasing DNA is kind of molecular biology 101. There are certain enzymes that do it well and some that don't do it well at all, and they used one that is known not to do it very well. So they had a choice between enzymes and arguably chose the wrong one to get rid of this. And there's a possibility that some of the innate immune response they're getting from these vaccines requires it. It is not uncommon for vaccines to actually use certain types of DNA as an adjuvant. This is something that's used in some of the HPV adult vaccines. They have a CpG sequence that they load in at very high concentrations to drive a particular immune response. So one, they have not gotten rid of it. I don't think they will, and I think they want it there, is my assessment, having looked at this, is that it's probably playing a role in some of the immune response, and they don't want to have to remove it.
I'll just note, you discovered this more or less independently. You're not working for FDA or any regulator, right?
Yes. It is somewhat accidental. I don't make any money out of disclosing this information. In fact, I get attacked like Wafik gets attacked. There's no pleasure in bringing this information, nor any monetary gift in doing it. This was something that, after I published some work with Peter McCullough on the frame shifting issues that could happen from the vaccine before they happened, that paper also got heavily censored. People started sending me vials to look for it, and I threw in the freezer and forgot about it until one day I had an experiment where I needed a really pure RNA, and I figured, well, that should be pure. I was wrong. It wasn't as pure as I thought. So we sequenced, in the process of doing a different experiment, we found that contamination, and then we felt obligated to disclose it. Little did we know that disclosure would probably create years of torture and headaches for us, but it's what brought me here.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for your work. Nick, you and the McCullough Foundation have also done a tremendous amount of research on this stuff, coming to similar findings. You're also very active on social media and media in general. So I wanted to sort of ask you about how the reaction has been. When you share this information with people, when you go into these details, you produce a lot of great graphics. What is the reaction like, and how do you feel like the public mood has changed over the past few years that you've been doing this?
The public mood has changed quite drastically, I would say, from 2021 to now 2026. I think the majority of Americans understand that the COVID-19 vaccines are dangerous. A Rasmussen survey came out a few months ago and found that I believe over 56% of American voters believe that the COVID-19 shots caused mass deaths. So it appears it's now in the majority. But we're seeing now some state legislatures taking action where the federal government has failed regarding these products. And in particular, recently in Idaho, I recently testified at the Idaho State Legislature for a bill that would put a moratorium on these COVID shots for children and pregnant women. And we have great news. It passed the first committee vote, so it's moving forward. Now it's going to go to the House floor, and we're very hopeful that this will get through, be the first moratorium in the country to stop these for the most vulnerable. They should be stopped for everybody, but we got to get something through. So there's that. And I think once one bill goes through, any sort of legislation, ban, moratorium, it will lead to a chain reaction of other states following suit, and eventually they will be removed from the market. But I just want to bring up, you mentioned we did some studies. Yeah, recently we had a Dr. McCullough's patient. He underwent 200 laboratory tests. He visited over 100 specialists, specialty appointments, and he developed long vaccine syndrome. So he took the Pfizer shot in 2021. He took 3 doses. He's 50 years old. And he got myocarditis. He got a pulmonary embolism. He developed neurological disturbances. He developed skin disturbances, gastrointestinal diseases. So basically his whole body began to fail. So he went through all those tests. They excluded everything. And so there was one answer left. It was the vaccine. And then what happened was we collaborated with the Inmodia lab in Germany. He shipped probably 15 tissue samples. Nobody's been analyzed. No single human's been analyzed this much for vaccine components. And so shipped the samples off. What was identified was 3.5 years after his last shot, there was spike protein in his exosomes, in his skin tissue. 3.5 years after his last shot, no nucleocapsid, by the way. So the immunohistochemistry, no virus indications at all. So it's probably most definitely from the vaccine. But they also found plasmid DNA fragments in the skin, including signals of SV40, as well as the spike encoding regions. This appeared to be in the skin tissue of this individual 3.5 years after his last shot. And then there was a signal of possible vaccine mRNA in his circulating exosomes 3.5 years later. And so this genetic material from these shots appears to last for years, for many years. It may be integrating in these individuals. We got to really get to the bottom of that. But yeah, that's that. And then one last thing I want to mention. This is important. Kevin recently touched on the clots. This is very serious. A study came out that about, I think in October, that looked in what they claimed were long COVID patients. There was 85 of them. What they didn't mention was 94% of these so-called long COVID patients were vaccinated, right? So probably most of this is long vaccine syndrome. They didn't test these individuals for any prior infection. They just assumed they had long COVID. They looked in their blood, these 85 individuals. They found circulating amyloid microclots in all of them, ranging various sizes. Some were kind of big. Some were microscopic, tiny, but it was in every single one of them. And so you could say 100% of the COVID vaccinated in that study had circulating amyloid clots. And this is probably from the spike protein exposure. It's probably can happen with the infection for sure. We don't know which one's going to be more severe with this, but this material, these clots, they're kind of these monster clots, misfolded fibrin. They can't break down. They're filled with biologically active materials, DNA, what's called NETs, the nets. They're just kind of circulating around. We believe that this is actually what's making up the long, white, fibrous clots being pulled out of corpses across the globe. Former Air Force Major Tom Haviland has reported this every year in global surveys. He's talked to all the embalmers. They are pulling out anomalous clots from deceased individuals. So very, very serious situation.
So I'll add to that in that the thing that's concerning about the SV40 components in the Pfizer vaccines is there is a mammalian origin of replication in them, which means it can self-propagate inside of mammalian cells. Now, it shouldn't be doing that if they break it down. We've only surveyed a few lots to see that majority of times when we're looking at this DNA, it is fragmented to some degree that we think it wouldn't be replicative or replication competent in that manner. But when you hear studies like this where people are finding it 3 years later, you have to step back and ask, have we surveyed enough vials? What is the variability in the process? How many vials are there out there where they didn't break down the DNA as effectively as the ones that we received? After all, the lots that we've sequenced to date are not lots that necessarily have high adverse event rates. And when we look them up in VAERS and in other databases. So there very well could be vials out there that have intact plasmids that have gotten out. And when that happens, those can then self-replicate for who knows. They don't have to integrate in your genome. They can be episomally replicated in your cells, and finding them can be tricky because when you look at some of these nucleic acid studies, they don't find them in all the tissues they find the spike protein in. How is the protein there and the DNA and the RNA is not there? Or in some tissues, the DNA and the RNA is there and the spike protein isn't. So this needs a lot more work for us to understand the biodistribution of these molecules, how long they persist relative to the virus, and where are they hiding? Because when we do survey in some tissues, we don't find it. It could be that they're in immunocompetent stem cells. These are stem cells that evade the immune system. They could be in the lymph nodes, in germinal centers. We don't know. We don't have enough biopsy depth to understand where is it hiding and why is it sticking around this long, because this is unnatural for us to be seeing proteins, DNA, and RNA lasting this long in patients.
One of the reasons I decided to come today is to help raise awareness about the attacks. You know, I'm a scientist, I'm a cancer doctor. Cancer affects everybody, there's no politics there. The attacks is not how science works. Online attacks that damage reputations and even livelihoods, where people just raise concerns and communicate them to the government and employers, journals. I've been living through this for 2 years as I've been under attack for the work that we have been doing, and nothing's been found, but it's nonstop. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life under investigation. I've done nothing wrong. There's never been fraud or misconduct in anything, and I have over 500 papers. You know, PubPeer goes after people anonymously, no statute of limitation, no attention to significance of any concern. And then it's not so much the concerns, it's the consequences that disrupt people's lives. I feel like there's criminal activity, I've used that word, and some people have laughed at me, and I don't think it's funny. And it's some of these people are in foreign countries that are doing this. And
you don't know their conflicts, so the whole process of peer review is undercut by their activity. In peer review, you have to disclose your conflicts of interest, and then they have this offline system to basically destroy people from anonymized accounts that don't have their conflicts declared. So it's easily weaponized by any industry to try and hire those people to go after people that have uncomfortable data. And the veracity of the work is often very imbalanced. They go after particular papers, not all papers. Like they had nothing to say about the Lancet Surgisphere paper, which many of papers like that sail through. They focus on things that are counter narrative, so it's become very politicized.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I mean, we need more common sense as we pursue the truth. And I think there needs to be justice. And I have called publicly for HHS and NIH to weigh in on the injustice of these attacks that are causing reputational damage to a lot of people. And they're targeting a certain narrative. And it's unacceptable. And I don't know what to do about it. other than raise awareness that this is happening. And I am an example of somebody who is suffering through it.
Well, thank you for coming and giving us that testimony. We're very grateful. On that note, Dr. Gutschi, you said previously that you think LNPs are kind of off to the races now, and we just saw a tremendously contentious fight at FDA over the Moderna flu shot, both in private and in public, which it sort of ended last week with the departure of an official there. But going back to 2020, these were very specific, highly manufactured in very small quantities, given in very small quantities. But then in 2020, we had Operation Warp Speed, DARPA signed the contracts, and it was off to the races. So how much of the variability in the damage from these vaccines do you think might be due just to the manufacturing, that the lipid nanoparticles can vary in size enormously, as can their payload? Because there are obviously billions of people that got these products, and thankfully, we hope, most of them were not injured. But so how do we account for that huge difference in variability, particularly between, as Kevin has seen demonstrated, between some lots and others?
Variability is baked in. It is, you cannot get away with it because of the manufacturing process, the supramolecular formation, how they're formed with all these non-covalent things. We are going to see differences among batches. We're going to see differences among sizes and agglomeration. These products are what we call colloids. So they're colloidal suspensions. They're a little like milk, okay? So milk is a little colloid. And so if you freeze it, if you shake it, there's been studies to show if you shake it up, you can have the mRNA actually escape. And 5 minutes of real shaking and the LNPs fall apart. And so what you could be given is agglomerated LNPs with mRNA freely floating, and that wouldn't be nice in your bloodstream, and you may have a reaction. It's built into exactly how it is made. There's no way you're going to get around for it. You can have a pH flip, and that will change how the product escapes from the endosomes. Remember I said only about 15%, 10% actually escape? So that may change how much spike protein is made, how much is fusing to your blood. QC tested you. So the issue here is that you can measure all these lovely little things about quality control from a chemistry perspective. There is no in vitro to in vivo response. So what you see inside the vial doesn't necessarily respond to what happens in the body because of the protein corona. So you could have higher. So one of the things that really bothered me, because we had the process 1, process 2 issue when they went from, the PCR plasmid to the PCR-made mRNA to the plasmid mRNA. Pfizer in particular used a buffer called PBS, which is a standard kind of buffer for their first lots of the vaccine. This caused, when they froze it, you got pH blips, and this caused huge instability with the vaccine. Bigger particles. In fact, as they were ready to roll out, they found visible particles from a pharmacy. I throw out, I send them back. If I have a visible particle that I can see, because they're usually 150 microns, we send them back. But these were approved. Visible particles, huge agglomeration, bumpy, more chances for CARPA, more chances for various effects, in my view. When the PBS changed, then I think a lot of these adverse events. A lot of these adverse events get better. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm not used to a microphone. But that's what I call process 3. So batch variability is an issue. I don't know how you're going to solve it. So the only thing we can do that means they are not plug and play. As we were told, remember that? We were plug and play. All we have to do is change the mRNA coding, and it's the same thing. Not true. Just changing the mRNA inside, you change the codon, you add another 20, for example, you change the protein corona, you change the biodistribution, you change the ability to cross the cell membrane. So, and it also means that Pfizer and Moderna are not the same products. And I don't know, I'm from Canada, we were running low on the vaccines. Actually, the one thing that PHAC did that was good, because we ran out, so we had, in the beginning, our vaccines were every 4 months, by the way. We actually had less myocarditis as a result because of these threshold responses. But they're not the same. So giving, I think some patients who had Pfizer and then Moderna may have been more in problems than those who stayed with the same product. So it's baked in. We need to find a way to put a box around those variability if we're going to use mRNAs again.
Right, and out of that, these products are biologics, not just simple drugs. So the manufacturing process is extremely sophisticated, as sometimes hundreds of steps, right? So it's a very different regulatory structure that than what people might be used to with drugs that they take on a regular basis.
And usually for like monoclonal antibodies, these are even worse. So 333 steps to make this.
Could I just add that a lot of what's being talked about is in the purview of the regulatory agencies. And, you know, one would think that they either have in their possession data that allows the continued authorization of certain products, or maybe they don't. A little more transparency would be helpful. And I think I don't see that, you know, in either FDA or CDC. If the information is available to address the impurities issue, and, you know, Kevin has elegantly shown that depending on how you do the assays, you may be missing and underestimating contaminants because they're more invisible, and you know.
Yeah, that's a very important point I didn't touch on earlier. If you look at the EMA documents, you can see even when they measure 10 lots that are all going through the process and quote unquote passing, they vary by 800-fold in how much DNA is there. The reason they're passing, though, is that they're using an assay that can't see it. And if you measure in a different region of the plasmid, you'll see 100-fold more. And that level of transparency, I think, is very much needed to know that by picking one PCR assay in a particular part of the plasmid that happens to be susceptible to nuclease digestion, they can game the regulations and have 100-fold more DNA actually be present than what they're measuring. This shouldn't have happened. I mean, when we went through COVID, we demanded at least 3 assays on the RNA target to make sure we didn't miss the virus. But on the product we're injecting into everybody, we're only using 1. And that, to me, is a bit of an oversight, that they really should have been measuring this with multiple different methods to ensure they knew how much of that was there. And when we do ask for these documents, we tend to get redacted documents when we try to FOIA this information out of various agencies. And so there is an interest in keeping the tools at which they're using to measure this DNA contamination are still a mystery.
So I'd just like to add a little bit more to that, to Kevin's thing, is that everything in that mRNA product is a nightmare to measure. The double-stranded RNA, right? The endotoxin, we can't measure in there. The fragmented mRNA that's in there. The poly-A tails, they still can't figure those out, right? They can't, we think we know the sizes. You can't figure out the size. You can't, remember when we were trying to find out how many mRNA strands there were per LNP? Still don't know. Or now we kind of figure that out now. How many particles in each mRNA shot? We're just finding that out now, I would say. Everything needs 2 to 3 methods of measurement for these, and that's, in my view, because of the LNPs. They make it extremely difficult to measure any of these products on a regular basis. You need what they call orthogonal methods. As a pharmacist, I will know about something called compendial standards, which to me they need to have done. They've gone through 3. The United States Pharmacopoeia has gone through 3 drafts. They still haven't finished. The Europeans haven't finished. Every time they look, they say, oh, we need to measure this. It is I don't envy them. It's one of the biggest underreported problems with this technologies. We don't even know what we're measuring. How do we know what to look for if we can't even measure them. That's one of the things I wanted to bring out today.
So, Nick, after this discussion and all the work you've done, what do you think is the future of mRNA and LNPs in medicine, if any?
Right now, there's a large push to use messenger RNA technology for every single disease you could think of. Cancer, chronic disease, basically everything under the sun. And in my opinion, it's going to face the same disastrous risks. They're now cooking up, personalized AI mRNA injections for cancer developed within 48 hours. I'm not going to take that because the same, all of this, they have to be delivered into the cell somehow, like they were just talking about. The lipid nanoparticles, it doesn't matter what it's for, cancer or, the flu, those particles, they're going to get into all your vital organs again. And they're going to start to express these foreign proteins, and your own body's going to attack it. And you're going to face disastrous consequences as a result. And so we've seen this mass experiment at a wide scale. It's, again, resulted in mass casualties, millions upon millions across the globe, millions of Americans injured, disabled, or killed. Right, so, this, I don't know if we should just be running full steam ahead with all of this messenger RNA anymore. So I think it's doomed, to be completely frank. I don't think anybody's going to be taking these other mRNA injections. But we have to remember, 8%, the latest CDC data, 8% of American children received the latest COVID mRNA booster. So that's 6 million American children, including 6-month-old infants. So, that should qualify as mass negligent homicide if they die or become, it's absolutely absurd. So it's an ethical imperative to stop this madness once and for all. Come on, yeah.
So, may I add a comment? So part of informed consent is knowing what your options are. And there are peptide vaccines. We've been taking peptide vaccines for decades. By the way, in terms of use in cancer, there's good data with peptide vaccines as well as mRNA vaccines. As a cancer specialist, I'm going to say we need to be open-minded about things that could be helpful but safe. And that's up to the clinical studies and the regulators to oversee because, and remember, it's also a different population. And that's always been something to consider in new therapeutics. So they may be promising, but it's up to those who are developing them and up to the regulators to make sure that they're safe and effective. And, we shouldn't dismiss the potential for benefit, but they have to meet a certain standard.
Yeah, I'll push back a little on this because one of us, I think, has to here. So I think the main issue, it comes back to what Del was saying earlier, is that this idea of treating the entire population to deal with a minority problem is a socialized concept. We have to get away from this. I grew up, and my passion for the Genome Project was personalized medicine. We treat everyone according to their own genome, not you have to take a vaccine to protect this other population over here that might get sick. This is a very irrational way to do medicine, and it's really, I think, just pharmaceutically profit-driven, and to be frank. There's only reason that's happening is that they would rather give out billions of doses of something than target the 1% of the people that actually need a drug. Now, when you get back to the question about are mRNAs dead for everything, I think they're dead for giving them to everybody because of what has just occurred. No one trusts them anymore. But I don't think they're dead for that 1%. That if there's a group that might have cancer or some rare disease, if they can find a way to target these things and lower the toxicity of these LNPs, maybe there's hope there. I'll bring up one case. There's a great paper in New England Journal of Medicine from Duncan et al. Where they're going after a particular type of rare genetic disease, and these people were willing to take their stem cells out of their bone marrow, transfect them with lentiviral vaccines, not lentiviral plasmids, I should say, and they were getting massive integration into their genomes, and 10% of them got cancer, but it was still a better outcome than the actual disease. All right, so there are people who have rare diseases, and I think there has to be compassion for people who have rare diseases, such that they can use these new technologies to potentially, not throw the baby out with the bathwater on the rare diseases. Is my only 2 cents. Otherwise, I'm with you.
Yes, I would agree, and all that I would say is I want some human pharmacokinetic data first. Thank you very much, and I want to find out, make sure that they are getting rid of the empty LMPs, which I know they are trying very much to do. And we have to identify the corona effects, because that's what determines the biodistribution. If that can be done, they're working hard at that. So all of those things are being worked at. So I agree with you, but yeah.
When I was talking about being attacked, I'm not the only one who's under attack, and I've been performing service to advise on COVID immunizations for 9 months. And I do think that if people who volunteer for service on advisory boards get attacked, there should be more effort to protect people. Otherwise, nobody's going to want to do this.
I want to reiterate what Wafik is saying there. For all those who've been following this, Kirk Milhorn was also fired, actually, and quickly rehired after they realized it was a hit. And you've seen this with Peter as well. Like, anyone who sticks their neck out for this is systematically eliminated from the publication arena, from academic positions. They send letters. I've had people send letters to my employers trying to get me fired. They really try to cut off any of your revenue sources possible, so that you're destitute and you can no longer raise hell. So I think that was I think the most frightening thing that I saw come out of the pandemic is that anyone who speaks out is eliminated, and therefore we are really a bunch of lemmings running off a cliff, and science is completely controlled by a pharmaceutical industry that has the power to do that.
All right, in the last few minutes, let's get to some audience questions here. This one is for Maria. You mentioned that there was greater scientific rigor now in Europe. Could you elaborate on this?
The EMA, I mean, I'm a bit of a fan of the EMA for the most part. They did approve the self-amplifying mRNA vaccine, though, for which I do not understand. However, they tend to be more transparent on the manufacturing side. So that's how we found out many of the kind of things. What was the question again?
How Europe is more their regulatory oversight.
They actually have a draft guidelines for mRNA vaccines that are separate from other vaccines that are relatively well done. They still have a bunch of issues, but they are making sure that the manufacturing and the outcomes and the repeatability and the testing is stricter. And
but
so
Maria,
those have come
was
in.
it really transparency, or was it a leak, right?
That was the leak. But mind you, the original one was still more transparent than anything we got, the original EPAR, and then the leak was just explained everything. But on what I'm talking about now is that they've come up at the end of 2025 with some really good guidelines on how the mRNA vaccine should be regulated. And it's a step forward because we don't have that in the US and we don't have that in Canada. So there's one of the things that is something that could be done. I still have some issues with that regulation. There are still some outstanding problems. From my perspective, we still need to look at the LMPs as active biointerfaces because they interact with the biomembranes. They are not inert fat bubbles. So we make sure we do not regulate them as inert substances. In fact, and industry is going this way, they should be regulated. The mRNA and the LNP together as one single thing needs to be regulated as the active substance, because just the just the act of putting the mRNA into the LNP and the fact that when it goes into the blood, gets a protein corona, you actually change the tertiary structure of the LNP within of the mRNA within the LNP. So these things need to be thought about and they need to be addressed from a regulatory perspective.
Okay, next question. Could you comment, and this for anybody, could you comment on the role of LNPs on the shedding phenomenon of the gene therapy?
Okay, I'll give it a shot. LNPs have been known, so shedding. I don't like to use the word, and everyone thinks it means viral shedding, which it does not. When the LNPs go into the cell, remember I told you the normal pathway is it's taken and put into an endosome. The endosome starts to acidify. When it does that, the pKa, that's when the LNP kind of opens up a little, membrane change, allows the mRNA to go out. If it doesn't do that, it goes down the lysosomal pathway, gets metabolized. Some cells don't do that. They maintain the LNPs and they recycle them on their endosomes. And when that happens, you can actually excrete the entire LNP or partially degraded LNP as a extracellular vesicle, which tends to go in the general vicinity of where the actual transfection took place.
Yes, and it's well documented that this is in EVs and breast milk, right? So that's not a surprise. And I think what naturally follows from there is that it would probably end up in sweat and maybe even exhaled, because that's where most exosomes end up.
And the second thing that happens is that, and Dr. Kammermer showed that in her study, the other thing that does happen is when the cell makes a lot of spike protein, it will also bring out the spike protein in exosomes. And we have that in Kammermer. We also have that in Bansal, where the exosomes have spike protein on the outside of them. It looks like a little virus. And those exosomes, by the way, can last quite some time. They can have a very long half-life. So I'm trying to address the issue. Whether how it sheds and what exactly is happening between people, I can't comment. But I can comment on the mechanistic issues, which...
What I've read into this is that so we don't have good tools or studies that have measured and seen shedding outside of breast milk and maybe a few other tissues. So people exhaling it is not something that's been detected from a molecular standpoint because it's very hard for tools to do this. However, in order for people to be receptive to this, you have to understand the dose would be very, very low. For you to shed this and for someone else to get it, it would have to be replication competent, potentially, for it to actually amplify in the other person, or the person would have to be highly susceptible to or sensitized to spike. And that is what I've heard from Pierre Corey and from the Midwestern doctor as well, who has published on this, that, or they've done a collection of what's the evidence for shedding, is that there tends to be a set of individuals who are highly sensitized to spike or something in the vaccine, and so they don't need very much, and it manifests in some type of reaction in another individual. We have not connected the full chain of events of what is it shedding? Is it hormonal? Is it, in fact, this LNP extracellular vesicle getting through the air and giving someone else spike that triggers this in other people? That is, I think, still yet to be, I've not seen it nailed down in the literature other than Kammermer's work showing it on exosomes, which tells me it's going to get exhaled and it's going to be in sebaceous glands.
All right, well, that's all the time we have. Thank you all for this incredible panel. There's so much information. Thank you all.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2.
You think it was off the whole time?
Yeah, I think it went.
Okay. All yours, Patrick.
Oh my God, good job.
Thank you.
Like, you know a lot of stuff.
Yeah, this part I particularly wanted to focus on. But it's because I read their stuff. Like, that's how I learn all this stuff. So it's very cool to have them explain it. So, yeah.
I'm going to put the timer on for the amount that you have for the panel, and then when that ends, you know to go to Q&A, and I'll put another timer on for 15 minutes for the Q&A. No, I like teaching the AV team how to do it. Everyone nods. Smart as me. What if we have another moderator that's not you guys on today? You need the mic?
I want to change the battery.
is 5, and she's fully unvaccinated. Now, this is a sample size of 1, but even that, the differential between 3 and 4 doses of a vaccine and completely unvaxxed, that delta in immune health is quite stark. Now, Dr. Hooker mentioned, like, this is a sample size of 1, but even then, it's just noteworthy to mention. Today, we have heard from experts and advocates about the sheer scope of vaccine injury. But perhaps the most important voices in that discussion are from the clinicians who treat our children every day. Pediatricians occupy a very unique role in medicine. They are part of our child's development, especially in the early stages of life. They're often the most trusted by parents. And they're also often the first ones that families and parents call when something doesn't feel right. So in our next panel, we have brought in 3 clinicians who have spent decades working with children. They've seen thousands of children and have a deep understanding of the neurological conditions, their immune health, and also how environmental factors can affect the health of our child. And what we hope to hear in this next panel is directly their firsthand experience of what they've observed in their clinical practice. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to our panel to have them introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. If you would have asked me about 10 years ago if I'd be sitting here, I would have thought you were crazy. And if you would have said to me even 2 or 3 years ago that we'd be talking about vaccines without saying safe and effective in the same sentence, I would have really thought you were crazy. But here we are, and we're talking about vaccines, and we're talking about something really important, vaccine safety and vaccine injury, and it deserves to be a part of that conversation. My name's Joel Warsh. I'm a pediatrician in Los Angeles, California. And the way that I got here, I did great medical training. I got a master's in epidemiology, was very normally Western trained, didn't think about vaccines very much, but luckily met my now wife during my time in residency. She's very holistic minded, opened up my eyes to a different world, started doing some training in integrative medicine, fell in love with it. The only thing I ever heard in medicine was it's all woo-woo, and started learning about diet and exercise. And of course, that's not woo-woo at all. So I fell in love with it, started practicing in that way. And very quickly, when you're in practice in integrative medicine, you realize that parents have a lot of questions about vaccines. And I realized very quickly that I knew basically nothing about vaccines and didn't have the answers to any of those questions. So started learning about it. And the more that I learned, the more questions that I had. And unfortunately, even just a few years ago, it was so censored, so it was really hard to talk about it online. But during the COVID epidemic, I got frustrated like probably everybody in here, and that really led me to say that I had to start talking about this, and I had to start speaking up as much as I can, and that led me to write a book and really research into the topic of vaccines. And I thought that was really important before speaking about it, because obviously it's so controversial. And luckily things have changed a lot, and we're able to have conversations like these, and I've been able to be on lots of big shows and podcasts and talk about vaccines without having tomatoes thrown at me or whatever it may be. So that's good, and we're here today. And I just want to finish with a quick story for the media who are here, because I think you guys are the most important people here, and a lot of the people in the audience already have their preconceived notions, but I'm not sure that the media does. And I want to talk about anti-vaxxer, a story about an anti-vaxxer, because that's what we've pretty much all been called, I think. And so there was a parent who went into the pediatrician's office, beautiful, healthy 2-month-old baby. The baby got all their regular vaccines, and within an hour or two had a very serious reaction, fevers, was screaming, super high heart rate, was rushed to the hospital. When they were in the hospital, they got medication to bring that heart rate down. Luckily, that child got better, and they went home. They went back to their pediatrician at the 4-month visit, were convinced that it was all just a coincidence. So they decided to do their 4-month-old vaccines. Same exact thing happened. And super high heart rate, was rushed to the hospital, had to get medications, was in the hospital for several days, went home. Went back to their pediatrician at the 6-month visit, and when they were having discussions about vaccines, that mom decided she didn't want to do them anymore because she thought maybe the vaccines could have played a role in those reactions. And the pediatrician said, well, I'm sorry, but we don't take anti-vaxxers in our practice, so we're not going to be able to see your child anymore if you guys don't choose to vaccinate today. So that mom left, and that's how she connected with me after, because she was looking up for practices where you're not required to vaccinate. We don't force anybody to do it in our practice. And she called me crying, and she was wondering whether she had done the right thing. And she had vaccinated her other 2 kids that were older fully on the schedule, but this child had severe reactions, and she thought she was crazy. And I told her she was not crazy. She's a hero for not getting that kid those vaccines. That's insane. We've gone way too far, right? We've gone way too far in modern medicine, and it's not about just protecting against diseases. It's also about injuries. Any medical product can have an injury, and you can want 2 things. You can want kids to be safe, but you can also want safe products, and those 2 things are not exclusive. And I'm glad we're here talking about vaccine injury today, because it's not been talked about nearly enough. So that's why I'm here.
Well, like Joel, I got a classic medical education at the University of Massachusetts and the University of Virginia, and was chief resident there, and ended up spending 5 years in private practice, and then 11 years as director of pediatric education in a residency program. And I love medical education. That is my joy and my life. And as faculty there, we had a clinic full of patients, and so one day I went in to see a 15-month-old beautiful African-American boy who was at the time due for his MMR vaccine. And this is long before I knew anything about Andy Wakefield or the controversy. It was in 1999, although Andy's paper had been published the year previously raising the issue. Within 24 hours, this beautiful, developmentally normal child regressed in front of my eyes, developed chronic watery yellow diarrhea, lost his milestones, and I racked my brain to think of what it could have been. But the only thing I could think of that was different was the vaccine that I had given. So I called the parents in and told them that I thought it was a vaccine reaction and how terrible I felt. And, you know, they were the most wonderful family. They stuck with me for the next 26 years because they figured that I had admitted my mistake and nobody, you know, knew any better. So that changed my life. I had gone into pediatrics to help children, and I had started to see in about 1995, 96 that there was more chronic illness, there were more kids that had ADHD and autism, and I had this thing that somebody ought to do something about it. So I announced to my husband that I was leaving this academic job with, you know, salary and benefits and starting a solo practice. And he was like, "Are you going to be on call every night for the next 20 or 30 years? And I'm like, "Well, maybe." And then he thought, honestly, that I was having a manic episode, and I can understand why. Because I was saying things like, vaccines are hurting kids, and somebody's got to do something. And, you know, here I am in Lynchburg, Virginia. I'm going to change it for the kids that I can reach. So you'll be happy to hear that I went to the psychiatrist and was not diagnosed as having bipolar illness, and that I started my own practice in 2020. I worked for 16 months for no salary. I worked for another couple months for $200 a month, and then I did a couple years at $45,000 a year, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me because I met this incredible bunch of people from literally around the world. So I got to be medical director of the Autism Research Institute for 5 years. I went to think tanks twice a year. We had a unique model where we listened to parents and bench scientists and clinicians work together. And we set a research agenda. And one of the first things that the parents told us was that their kids had GI issues. So we started developing various research agendas. And then I modified my new solo practice such that I dramatically changed the way I gave vaccines. It was optional to get none if you wanted. I never would agree to give more than 2 at a time. I tried to pick the lowest aluminum-containing vaccines. I tried to not immunize anybody that was sick. I didn't use acetaminophen. You know, all these things I was learning as I went from the autism epidemic got applied to my practice. And at a time when the rate of autism was 1 in 50, my rate was 1 in 297. And at the time I started writing up that paper, I didn't have any kids with autism, but the universe has a sense of humor. So when I was doing the revision of the paper, I got my first kid born into my practice with my recommendations. So I published the paper and I sent it off to the Academy of Pediatrics, and I thought, wow, they're going to be so interested in this. You know, this is a way to, theoretically at least, it ought to be pursued. Maybe I didn't really prevent 6 cases of autism, but, you know, maybe I did. Never heard a thing. And then shortly after that, I got called by my hospital, and they said, Dr. Mumper, we've noticed that you don't admit nearly as many patients as the other pediatricians. As a matter of fact, you haven't had an admission in a couple of years, so we're worried that you won't know how to take care of people in the hospital. So if you want to keep your hospital privileges, you should come and, you know, follow us around. That surprised me too, because I thought they were calling me when they started off saying you hardly admit any patients. They were going to say, what are you doing? You know, how are you keeping these kids out of the hospital? So I have had a very rewarding career trying to help in my own little sphere of influence. And it's really gratifying to see us all here today. And I'm honored to be part of the group.
Hi, is this on? Yeah. Hi, my name is Larry Palevsky. I started medical school in 1983 and did a regular pediatric residency in New York and then a fellowship in New York. And after 8 years of medical school and training, I became an ER physician in the Bronx, New York, and covered a private practice on weekends to see if I liked private practice. And then I moved to another hospital in New York, and I was running a pediatric acute care unit, and I worked in a neonatal ICU, and I worked in the inpatient ward, and I taught medical students and residents. And then all of a sudden in 1998, while I was also seeing patients in an outpatient clinic affiliated with the hospital, a mother came up to me and said, Dr. Larry, did you know that there's mercury in vaccines? And I stopped dead in my tracks here 15 years after starting medical school, and I had no idea that that was in there. And rather than just turn away from what she said, the curious part of me, which is the part that drives my life almost every day, just said, what else is in there? And word got out in the clinic where I was working, affiliated with the hospital, that there was this pediatrician who was now willing to either delay vaccines or not give them at all. And so the underground in New York found me, and I had all these people coming to the clinic who would normally go to, you know, Park Avenue Pediatrics in New York. And by 2000, I had already moved to a center called the Beth Israel Center for Health and Healing, where I was the pediatrician on staff, and I started to do primary care. This is where I was in private practice. And there were vaccines offered in the office, but most of the patients who I saw were already not vaccinating. And so when I left there in 2002, I swore that I would never offer vaccines again in my practice, because from 1998 to 2002, the amount of research that I had done was very concerning. Because while I was in the hospital, I went down into the library and went into the literature, into the package inserts, into the textbooks, and I saw that there was no information about the ingredients that are in vaccines and how, when injected into children, they understand what happens to these kids. And I would show this to my colleagues who were all academicians, and they would say, no, Larry, don't. We don't want to talk about this. And that gave me more incentive, because I knew that I was over something important. And so when I left this practice in 2002, I swore that I would never give vaccines again in my office. And I shifted from the pediatrician who told parents what to do, or told parents what not to do, to a pediatrician who was obligated to offer information. and true informed consent, where I would be educating the parents with as much information as I knew and empower them to make the decision that was theirs to make, knowing full well that I was offering them both sides of the coin and that they were not hearing the other side of the coin from anybody else. And so I not only stopped offering shots in my practice, but I also stopped having hospital privileges. I stopped using electronic medical records, and I no longer took insurance. And so I have had a really fun time with neurotypical children who are not vaccinated, and working with a number of children in my practice whose parents come to me saying, my children has a chronic illness. My children have a chronic illness. Can you help us? And then afterwards I say to them, what do you think happened to your children? And the majority of them say to me, we think it was the vaccines. A lot of them are afraid to say it because they know I'm a medical doctor and they know that I might talk down to them. I don't feed them. I don't guide them to saying it. I offer them the opportunity to come to it in a safe way. And what I've learned over my 27, 28 years of working in this field is that the majority of our culture, including the parents of the world, do not think that vaccine injury occurs at all. And from a medical paradigm, I will tell you that most recently when pediatricians were up in arms about the new recommendations coming out of CDC, pulling some of the recommendations on the childhood schedule, there were pediatricians who were posting memes and videos all over social media, basically saying, I've given thousands of vaccines. I've seen hundreds of thousands of kids or hundreds of thousands of vaccines, and I've seen 0 vaccine injury. It's not taught that it exists in medical school. It's not taught that it exists in residency or fellowship. And all of the medical agencies that are teaching residents and fellows unequivocally say vaccine injury never happens. They don't read the package insert. They don't know what to look for in the office if a child is injured. And most of the time when children are injured, the parents are told by the pediatricians that's normal. And so there's a culture of denial that is coming undone, not because of pediatricians, but because of parents. And our job, at least my job, is to continue to awaken parents into what it is that they're seeing, because what they're seeing is real. And the gaslighting is on its way out, and it needs to be on its way out.
Thank you for the introductions. Just on that topic of awakening parents.
You just turned it up.
I did? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. So just on the topic of awakening parents, let's start by talking about just what does vaccine injury actually look like. You know, until recently, the CDC schedule recommended up to 34 doses of vaccines until the age of 2. So I'm curious to hear from each one of you, what are the common presentations of vaccine injury and how has that evolved over the many years you've been in practice since the CDC vaccine recommendation schedule have grown?
Well, when it comes to vaccine injuries, I mean, there are certainly the things that we actually do learn about or that are recognized, right? the first issue is doctors would say, and I don't agree that doctors would say there were no injuries. They just say it's so exceedingly rare. It's 1 in a million. That's usually the thing that you hear. And I mean, I think that's a little bit laughable. That's why some people are laughing. But that's what we are taught, and that's what people think. And you certainly have the sore arm, the redness, the swelling, seizures can happen. That's something that's been documented, Guillain-Barré. So those things we know occur. And encephalitis and encephalopathy have been documented, though just thought to be pretty rare. I think the big question is everything else, right? All the other chronic conditions, because those are not thought of as vaccine injuries in any way. And that has to be the thing that needs to be studied the most, so that way we can really boil down how vaccines are related to those and in what way, what percentage. And certainly not all of chronic disease just from vaccines, but with all of the stories and all of the parents and all of the concerns, it's not zero. It's not 0% of autism. It's not 0% of asthma. It's not 0% of all these chronic conditions. So the question has to be how much and then why. And once you can figure out what the reasoning behind that is, you can work to change that. And right now, doctors, I think, don't believe that vaccines cause injuries, and so it's really easy to brush that off. And you have studies like have been put up on the board today, and most doctors don't even recognize those studies. They say, oh, they're done by anti-vaxxers, and they just kind of disregard that. So I think one of the big things that really needs to happen, and I hope it is happening and will continue to happen, is more research that hopefully can get into bigger journals that will be recognized by doctors, so that way the conversation can be had, because doctors are really the gatekeepers of vaccines, and if we don't change that narrative, then after Secretary Kennedy is gone, I'm worried that things are just going to go back to the way they were. And ultimately, the goal should be healthy kids. And all of our goal together should be healthy kids. That's what we all agree on. And it should be 1,000 vaccines or 0 vaccines. I don't care, as long as we have the healthiest kids. And we're never going to get there by just assuming that vaccines never cause a problem, because that doesn't make any sense. Nothing else in medicine is that way. But for whatever reason, vaccines have been put on a pedestal, and we're not able to study it. And I know that doctors want kids to be healthy. And if they understood in the language that they deem acceptable, in the places that they deem acceptable, from the people that they deem acceptable, then the narrative would start to change. And you would say, well, aluminum and hepatitis B increases your risk of asthma by 10 times or whatever it is. Okay, why? And then we would figure it out, and then you could start working to make a safer vaccine or a different vaccine or pull that vaccine, whatever it may be. So to me, I think the first thing is even just defining what a vaccine injury is. And I don't think the vast majority of physicians would consider almost anything that most of the people in this room consider a vaccine injury an actual vaccine injury.
So in addition to all the usual things that doctors should know, like anaphylaxis after a vaccine, for example, or the fact that the child might have a fainting spell, or the fact that they might get that high-pitched scream that the parents describe as something totally different from the cry that the child had before, which to me means encephalitis until proven otherwise. I want to raise the awareness of simple things like eczema. So if I see eczema in a 3-month-old baby, that to me is vaccine related until proven otherwise, because there is data from these 11, 12, 13 studies showing that eczema and other forms of immune dysregulation are associated with increasing number of vaccines or poor vaccine reactions. And I cannot tell, even by doing a thorough 2-month-old exam, what that child's liver function is in terms of detoxifying aluminum, what their genomics is, whether or not they can detoxify the ingredients that are in that product. So eczema, early allergies, food intolerances, colicky behavior, I always have in the back of mind that this could be a child who has some sensitivities to vaccines. Asthma is another big one. We did a prospective study in my practice where we looked at number of vaccines and various chronic conditions. It was published by our own Brian Hooker and Neil Miller in May of 2020. And we showed that even ear infections were associated with vaccines. So mind you, I'm doing a very modified schedule. 30% of my patients don't vaccinate at all. We counted vaccination as being one vaccine. So we had this, you know, this really, I think, good collection of admittedly looking back at my records, but a lot of data about child diagnoses. And even with a modified schedule, my rates of kids having ear infections doubled with any vaccines. My rates of gastrointestinal illness increased. My rates of allergy increased. And I didn't have enough of a population to really answer the autism question, but I will tell you that I did go back and look at all the patients I evaluated in my practice for autism. And during my career, I've evaluated about 600 kids with autism. 23% of my patients, in answer to an open-ended question, what do you think might have caused or triggered your child's deterioration, will say the MMR vaccine, and another 24% will say too many vaccines given at once when my child was already sick or already on an antibiotic. So we ought to believe parents when they say that. When they come in and tell Joel and Larry and I that the kid was pulling on their ear last night and had a fever, we believe them. We have to believe them when they share their observations about vaccine injuries. So I would say that we need to consider what we know is happening to the immune dysregulation and gastrointestinal dysregulation in children that get a lot of vaccines, because the GI system is the seat of our immune system. And I think one of my biggest jobs in the first 1,000 days of a child's life is to have them grow up with good gut flora and a balanced immune system.
So when you look at the CDC data, 1 in 6 children in our culture has neurodevelopmental disabilities. 1 in 31 has autism. 1 in 9 has ADHD. 1 in 20 under the age of 5 has seizures. And that data is 10 years old. When you look at more of the data, 1 in every 4 children has at least one allergic condition. 1 in 10 children has asthma. 1 in 5 children is obese. And about 1 in 5 children have some mental, emotional, or psychological condition. The autoimmune conditions in our pediatric population are rising exponentially. And there's a thread underneath every one of these children: chronic inflammation. Inflammation means that the body is seeing or circulating or faced with material that it finds offensive to the health of the body. And what the body does is try to fight it to get rid of it. And in the process of fighting it, children have chronic symptoms. Because inflammation cannot stay in the body. It must leave. And the problem with children with chronic inflammation is that the inflammation doesn't leave. It stays attached to the cells, the organs, the tissues, the brains, the liver, the gut, the immune system. And so we as physicians try really hard to identify things that keep going into the children that are causing more inflammation to see if we can get them better. And then once we reduce what's going in that's inflaming them, then maybe we can try to work on the material that just won't get out on its own. Now, why did I go on about that? Because vaccines are meant to cause inflammation. That's the definition of a vaccine when it's given into the body. A vaccine is meant to cause inflammation because the desire is to get the immune system to mount an immune response against bacteria and viruses. And so, by definition, we cause inflammation when we give vaccines. Now, there are a couple of really important scientific questions that are missing. How long does that inflammation go on? We have no data. Where does that inflammation go in the body? We have no data. And so when you look at the studies and the surveillance after children are vaccinated, there are no real understandings of what happens to children 2 months, 5 months, 8 months, 2 years, 5 years, 15 years down the road. And so if we know that we have, and I have to say, more than 1.4 million kids with chronic illness, it's much higher than that. If we have so many kids with chronic inflammation, and we are administering a medical procedure that causes inflammation without data to understand how long it lasts and where it goes in the body, we owe it to our children to find these answers before we keep causing inflammation. And so, my summary of that is every child vaccinated is injured because inflammation has to happen. And because inflammation has to happen, all bets are off as to where and for how long. And we have an amazing approach in our culture that if you don't see a reaction, there was no reaction. And that's false. Just because you don't see a reaction doesn't mean there wasn't a reaction. And what happens cumulatively when you add more vaccines on top of each other, we have no data to understand where the threshold hits when inflammation goes way beyond what the child can tolerate.
Thank you for that. I want to stick with that topic for just a minute. So I would love to understand like the latency period between when the vaccine was administered and to when these chronic inflammations start to occur. And when these latency periods are long, as mentioned here with chronic inflammation, what is giving us that conviction that the chronic inflammation was indeed due to that vaccine versus other environmental toxicants?
Well, I think the biggest thing is parents reporting it and doctors seeing it. I mean, I think that you have a temporal course where things start and then it continues on. But I do think that's one of the hardest questions and why you need the prospective studies, the vaccinated versus unvaccinated studies, more of them, because that's really the only way to know. Most of the vaccines were studied short term by the companies. If they were studied pre-licensed, they were not against saline placebo, but maybe 6 months, maybe a year, maybe 2 if you were lucky, but generally against another vaccine. And we really don't have, I think, any idea of what vaccines do to us long term. And I think that's the biggest question, because I think we have a reasonable understanding of how a vaccine works, how serious a disease could be, but I don't think we have a good grasp at all on long-term safety data. And one of the main ways that we get that data is through VAERS, but that doesn't make any sense when you're talking about a long-term illness, because who's going to say 3 years later if their kid gets asthma that was because of a vaccine? So that's not really helpful. The only thing that is helpful is following kids forward, and we have to believe parents like everyone's saying here, and I think that's really important, but that's just the start, because doctors, they'll listen to parents, but that's not enough. They'll say it's just an anecdote. I don't know what you're talking about. They want to see data, and so I think to really hone in on that, we're going to need to see that data, and I hope that that's coming. I really do.
I'd like to talk about autoimmunity as one of the examples where, even though it may take a really long time to present, it's pretty easy to draw a line back to the vaccines. So, for example, there are autoimmune diseases that are 10, 15, 20 years in the making. And I've had the pleasure of lecturing with a guy named Yehuda Schoenfeld, who is the grandfather of autoimmunity. He is in Israel. Nicest guy in the world. He seems like the kind of guy you'd see at the deli, or the bagel shop. But he's got this brilliant mind, and he wrote a whole book about vaccines and autoimmunity, which I read. I doubt that many pediatricians have read it. And as we've seen the increasing number of vaccine doses, we've also seen an increase in autoimmunity. And yes, I know that correlation is not causation, but if you look at the Bradford Hill criteria and actually tease out viable mechanisms of action and the temporal association and the different criteria that we use in epidemiology to try to prove causation, there's an undeniable link between autoimmunity. I'm particularly worried in that regard about the Gardasil vaccine, which Mary Holland and her colleagues wrote a whole book about, because the placebo in that group was a bunch of aluminum. If I were a scientist working with rats in a laboratory and I wanted to give an animal autoimmunity so I could study how to treat it, I would give them aluminum. And that's what we did. So in that study, somewhere around 2.6% in each group got some autoimmunity later. But because the placebo group was also given aluminum, it kind of washed it out. And the company was able to see, oh, we didn't see any increase in autoimmunity. All these teenage girls who previously were scholars and athletes and wonderful girls are hysterical. That just drove me absolutely nuts. So the other thing that drove me crazy, and I wrote about this in a book that I wrote about kids and COVID and how bad the pandemic responses were for children, was the issue of autoimmunity. Because I have a colleague named Ari Vajani who wrote a paper very early in the pandemic saying, look guys, there is molecular mimicry with, I can't remember if it's 26 or 27 different human tissues that theoretically could be attacked if we give this gene product, which is going to turn on the production of mRNA to make spike protein. And oh, by the way, there's no Goldilocks zone here. We don't know if it's going to be too hot or too cold, you know, too many side effects or not enough of a response. But, you know, warp speed, let's go ahead. We knew ahead of time that autoimmunity was going to be one of the anticipated problems, and that's what we got.
So I said earlier that almost about 1 in 4 children have at least one allergic condition. And many years ago, I saw an article in the literature that said that since 1991, fatal food allergies have risen exponentially in the pediatric population. And of course, you know, why would that happen? Food is not supposed to be something that we're allergic to. It's part of nature. We're nature. And so in my reading of the package inserts, I started to find that every one of the foods that children are allergic to are in the vaccines. So casein, which is dairy, is in every tetanus shot. And soy, which a lot of children are sensitive to and allergic to, is in the Prevnar vaccine. And egg protein is in the vitamin K shot and the MMR shot and in the flu shot. And sugar is injected in vaccines. And many of you know, whether you're parents, grandparents, or practitioners, when you give kids sugar, sometimes they go off the wall. And so they are sensitized to see sugar as an enemy. And dairy, and soy, and egg. And then I found castor oil is in the vitamin K shot. And I found an article that said that castor oil cross-reacts with nuts and tree nuts, peanuts and tree nuts. Right? Another allergy that kids have. The one thing I couldn't find was gluten, right? Because we were seeing gluten allergies and gluten sensitivities. I mean, the dairy could be explained by the vaccines, the egg, the nuts, the tree nuts, the eggs, and the sugar could be explained. But what about gluten? And then I stumbled on a paper that showed that polysorbate 80 can be extracted from wheat. And polysorbate 80 is in every childhood vaccine that has aluminum nanoparticles in it. And that's every childhood vaccines except the individual injectable polio, the MMR, and the varicella. And so here was an example of how we could explain why since 1991 we're seeing an exponential rise in fatal food allergies. And when I presented this in front of a scientist who's with Yale University and the WHO, he said to me the following: "Ah, come on. You don't think a little bit of food is going to make a difference in a kid?" And therein lies the science.
So in your experience, is there, like, when you look at the CDC schedule, is there like a worst offender, like one that is bound to cause a lot of these chronic conditions, or is it truly a function of the cumulative load that's in these vaccines?
I would say that it depends on the individual. So I agree with the person earlier that was talking about how, it looked like we were leaning toward individualized precision medicine with the Human Genome Project, the emphasis of the Institute for Functional Medicine, and then somehow with COVID we slipped back into one-size-fits-all. And I've always been opposed to any one-size-fits-all strategy. So I think that it's very important to take into consideration the history of the child. For example, just using risk factors for autism, because that's something that, I've done a lot with. I'm more concerned if the baby was born by C-section because it didn't get that good vaginal flora inoculation to develop a good gut. I'm more concerned if it were a premature baby. I'm more concerned if there are family histories that suggest related neurodevelopmental disorders. So we might end up being more cautious in evaluating vaccine risk, which currently isn't really done, If I didn't need to know anything other than what the chart said, I wouldn't have had to go to medical school. You could just have medical assistants giving, whatever was on the chart. We need to apply the same kind of critical thinking to any vaccine decisions if the parent does want them, as we would to other types of medical judgments. So I think individuality is key. For some kids, I think a vaccine is an antecedent, meaning that it does something to the immune skewing so that the next time they see a trigger, it might be a bad flu infection, it might be another vaccine, it might be glyphosate, it might be moving close to an industrial pesticide farm, then that tips them over. Or maybe you've got predisposing factors that are antecedent, like C-section birth and early antibiotic use, and then you get a vaccine, and that's the trigger. Right. Or you have vaccines as a mediator, meaning something else got you to where you were, that you didn't have a very good gut and you didn't have a very good balanced immune system and you couldn't detox, and then the vaccine acted as a mediator to keep the problem going. So I think that thought that a vaccine can be an antecedent, a trigger, or a mediator, and all kinds of other environmental factors can be any one of those three, is a good way to think about it.
But isn't, Dr. Mumper, like the CDC recommended schedule, that is a one-size-fits-all, isn't it? Like where doctors are not really allowed to even go beyond what's recommended, or even thinking of delayed vaccinations or selective vaccinations. So,
well, that's actually not technically true, but most people feel that that is what they're supposed to do. Technically, that is a recommendation, and the physician does have the ability to do judgment about it. But if I weren't an independent physician and I was employed by a hospital group, my compensation, my pay, is very likely related to how many kids I vaccinated in my practice. If I don't meet criteria for getting a certain number of vaccines, then my job might be in jeopardy. One of the things that can happen is that if a pediatrician gets a certain percentage, it's usually between 85 and 95% of their patients fully up to date on their vaccines by the age of 2 years. They get what is called an incentive payment, which I call a kickback from the insurance companies. And I calculated that between 2007 and 2019, I lost over $400,000 coming into my practice because I never met that criteria. I never gave in my practice MMR vaccine prior to the age of 2 for white children and prior to the age of 3 for African American children because of some data that was done by the CDC but then not reported. So, you know, my finance guy was like, Liz, you're losing $400,000. And I was like, you know, I'm going to choose to look at it this way. I ended up paying that kid about $114.20 to not get as many chronic diseases. And I think that's a pretty good way for me to spend my money.
So I do see children in my practice with chronic illness, not just neurodevelopmental disabilities, but chronic illness, where they were not vaccinated at all. And maybe they got the vitamin K and nothing else, or nothing. And many, many years ago, within the last 28 years, I came across these studies on something called transgenerational epigenetics. And I thought, oh, this is interesting. I'll explain it. Don't worry. And so what transgenerational epigenetics showed was that in rats, if you gave a pregnant rat a pesticide or an herbicide during pregnancy, when her offspring were born, her progeny, there was a known defect seen in her babies. And when the scientists took those children of the mother and reproduced them when they were old enough, their progeny also still showed the defects that the grandmother, as a cause of the grandmother being exposed to that toxin. And then they reproduced the rats again. So now you have the great grand rats of that rat who also still showed the effects of the toxic exposure when the great-grandmother was exposed. And not one of those generations was re-exposed to the toxin. That's called transgenerational epigenetics. The passage of effects of the environment on a pregnancy that still felt generations down. We vaccinate every generation. And so for those who don't believe there's any toxicity in vaccines, there's no reason to do a study on transgenerational epigenetics. But for those who understand that there's no incentive in these vaccine manufacturers to make a safer product because they're immune to any liability, then we need to consider that there's some toxicity, especially because we knew before 1986 that children were being harmed. And nothing was done after 1986 to change the process of harming children, because now they had no monetary or other incentive to change the manufacturing process. So the vaccines may be contributing to a chronic illness even if children are not vaccinated because of prior generation. And what Dr. Mumper said all about the specific individual. And when we work with children with neurodevelopmental disabilities, we're looking for mold, we're looking for parasites, we're looking for strep or candida infections, we're looking for other environmental toxins, electromagnetic radiation, food allergies, food sensitivities. We're looking for other environmental factors that could have tipped the kid over, whether or not the vaccine was a contributor. It's always hard to know in those kids how much of a contributor it is, because remember, the mothers are getting vaccinated during pregnancy also. And we know Even the literature has a study that came out of Vaccine, the journal Vaccine, that showed when women got a flu shot and their inflammatory markers were measured, their inflammatory markers were elevated. And we know that when women who are pregnant have inflammation, that impacts the fetus adversely. And so that's passed down. So now you have a child whose mother got a flu shot, the baby's born, and now has how many increased markers of inflammation? And then we further inflame them by more shots. So, but I do want to answer something that was asked, if you don't mind. When I started looking at the vaccine ingredients, I said, all right, what's this aluminum? And what's this polysorbate 80? And I stumbled on a literature that scared me to death. And the literature that I stumbled on showed that the drug manufacturers have trouble getting a lot of drugs across the blood-brain barrier into the brain. And so in order to maximize delivery of drugs into the brain, they needed a technology that would help when attached to the drug to get it into the brain. So they developed a technology of nanoparticles. They used nanoparticles attached to drugs and showed in animal studies that the drugs went into the brain. Then they took an emulsifier and bound it to the nanoparticle, to the drug, and found in animal studies that it increased penetration into the brain of the drug by 20-fold with the emulsifier. And the emulsifier that they used was polysorbate 80. And so when I saw these articles in the literature, it scared me to death. Because the framework of the technology that's used for most childhood vaccines is that framework. A nanoparticle attached to the bacterial and viral antigens coated by polysorbate 80. And so when asked, when I did my investigation, I said, why is polysorbate 80 in the vaccines? And I was told it's to help disperse the vaccine material away from the injection site. Well, how far, right? Because we know polysorbate 80 can cause infertility, but also can get into the brain. And if it's coating a nanoparticle like aluminum, which is bound to bacterial and viral antigens, then we're not just getting aluminum and polysorbate into the brain, we're getting bacterial and viral antigens or anything else that's attached to the aluminum nanoparticle that's a contaminant in the vaccine. And so people said to me, well, but it's not in the MMR. I said, no, but let's look at what's in the MMR. Sorbitol. Sorbitol, which is a relative of polysorbate 80. I'm not an expert at it. I just read what the science says. The science says, do not inject sorbitol into the body. So you asked, is there a vaccine that may be fatal? Well, certainly enough parents have reported that the MMR is. But you see, sorbitol can open up the blood-brain barrier. And when I dug even further, I saw that pharmaceutical industries use sorbitol to bind to chemotherapy drugs to enhance the delivery of chemotherapy drugs into the brain. So, is that what's happening after the MMR? And so, if you've been listening carefully to me, I'm asking questions that are scientific. But knowing this information about nanoparticles in the vaccines and polysorbate 80 coating them and sorbitol in the MMR, and knowing that these are all used purposely to get material into the brain. Well, when I share this information with parents in my office or in lectures, they look at me and say, Dr. Larry, is this intentional? And I don't answer because I don't know. But it certainly strikes parents when they hear these scientific pieces of information. They certainly look at me and say, it's possible, isn't it? And I say, well, you're going to have to answer that because I can't answer what the intention is of the vaccine manufacturers. And the thing is that no one calls them on this because this is design defect. And this is knowing that they could have made a safer shot because they're using a technology that they already know gets into the brain. And when you have 1 in 6 kids with neurodevelopmental disabilities, you have to scratch your head and say, well, all the studies that were shown here today don't show that in unvaccinated kids. But we're old enough to know that you do see it in unvaccinated kids, and that's why I brought up the transgenerational epigenetics.
No, thank you very much. I want to shift towards like understanding the mindset of the mainstream pediatricians. There's clearly a lot of scientific literature about vaccine injury. Larry, you spoke about many of them. I'm curious as to, despite all of that, why do mainstream pediatricians not accept vaccine injury? Is it truly an ideology? Is it the fact that they're not trained in it? Is it financial incentives like Dr. Mumper talked about? Or is there other institutional pressures that they're under? Like, why is it so hard for them to say, this exists?
Well, I think it's all of those for sure. I mean, there's certainly some institutional pressures for the doctors that work in institutions, and it's a religion to some degree, right? I mean, I think we have to remember that most doctors don't go look at the primary literature themselves. I'm certainly a victim of that. I mean, I can be honest about that now. I had no idea. I didn't look at the literature. I was just trained in residency, like, here are your vaccines. Here were the horrible diseases 100 years ago. We don't really have most of those anymore. Wonderful vaccines. Here's your schedule. Go do it. I think a lot of people in medicine are very trusting. I mean, I think you're an individual who goes into it to help others, and you don't necessarily have the time to read everything or think about everything yourself. And so you believe the institutions, the CDC, whatever you're told, and you go do that, and you never really look it up yourself. And when you do hear about those individuals that are talking about issues, they're called anti-vaxxers and quacks, and then you just dismiss it. And you never really see any of that other research. And until I looked at it myself, I had no idea. And the more that I was asked questions, the more that I looked into it, the more that I realized there are so many questions that are unanswered. There's so many things that we don't understand, and there's so many things that don't make sense. Like, for example, you're talking about brain injury, and we know that vaccines seizures. You can cause encephalitis and encephalopathy. But causing an injury that leads to autism isn't possible. You said there's no mechanism. That doesn't make any sense. Like, why couldn't you have an injury in the brain? That's certainly possible, certainly plausible, and it's ridiculous that you wouldn't be able to ask that question or have that discussion with those around you. I mean, that's what science is supposed to be. If it turns out that vaccines are causing certain issues, doctors would want to know that, but they're not even having those conversations. And so there's a pressure from all different areas, I'm sure, from pharma, from the financial incentives of it, from their peers, from if you want to publish a study on it, you get ostracized. And we've seen it happen over and over again. And thankfully, Dell got that study out there with the Henry Ford study, because it was the first time, I think, that most people who watched that film really got to see what happens behind the scenes. And you can see what Henry Ford and other places say, oh, you know, the data is just no good. But you can literally hear from the author's mouth, someone who's very pro-vaccine, that they didn't want to publish this study because they were afraid. And I think that's what's happened over and over again in the vaccine literature. And so we only have one side of the data. We don't have the other side. And then even when you do get a study that looks at vaccinated versus unvaccinated individuals, it's generally people who are deemed automatically as an anti-vaxxer, and then that's thrown out. So you don't ever get to see that. Like, you guys at the McCullough Foundation put together an amazing report, but I guarantee you that 98% of doctors never saw it. And even if they did, they'd say, oh, Peter McCullough, he's an anti-vaxxer. You know, who cares, right? And so that is what this situation is up against right now. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to get a study published in the New England Journal of Medicine, the Lancet, Systematic Review. I mean, there's no way that most doctors would look at the vaccine and autism research and say the science is settled if they actually looked at it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I nobody would say anything other than we don't know or we think that it might, but they certainly would never say that the science is settled. And I don't think that most doctors have any idea of that. I don't think they've looked at the research. They only hear, oh, we've done so many studies on it. We have 20 amazing studies. It's been studied all over the world. It's been studied by millions of people. And they don't look at that research to say, well, it was MMR versus no MMR in the setting of getting your other vaccines, or thimerosal versus no thimerosal in the setting of getting your other vaccines. Except that we have hepatitis B and Prevnar and DTaP and Hib and polio and many other vaccines in the first year. And when you see Aaron Siri on the stand or deposing people on the stand and you ask them, well, what studies have been shown to say that hepatitis B isn't related? They don't have any studies. The only reason they say this is because it hasn't been proven, but you have to study it to prove it. So I think we're in this weird predicament right now where at least we're able to have discussions and things are starting to come out and stories are starting to come out. And I hope that momentum continues, because ultimately if doctors do look at this and can learn about this and this research can get to them, I think change can happen. But right now it's the parents that are changing things, and I see it all the time. I see it in Facebook groups that I'm in with doctors. You know, there are so many doctors that are saying, like, well, I don't know what to do in our practice because there are so many people that don't want to get vaccinated, and we're losing so many patients because we're forcing it. Like, should we change our policy? So that is permeating in the culture, and that is leading to changes in medicine. And so hopefully it's, even if it's by force, if doctors are required to start to look into this, they're going to start to question things a little bit more, like I did and like many other people did, and like many people do reach out to me on Instagram or social media or even emails. That, you know, I wish I could speak up, and so I'm so thankful that you're talking about this, but keep going, and maybe one day I'll be able to talk about it too. A lot of doctors have seen injuries and they're just not willing to say it, and I don't think we have any idea what the scope of that is. I mean, even, I don't know if you listened to Aaron Siri's podcast with that neurologist, his first one, with Russell Sorosky, and he was talking about, he's a neurologist, and he was talking about just how many injuries he saw professionally that weren't coded as vaccine injuries. So until there's a mechanism and a way to actually categorize these, understand them, and study them, it's going to be very difficult to know what the true scope of vaccine injury is. And ultimately, if we can study it, I think that it's going to come out, because all of the research so far shows that vaccinated kids have more issues than unvaccinated kids. But also, if you ask any practitioner that sees both, they would say the same thing. And I've never once spoken to anybody who takes care of both vaccinated and unvaccinated kids that would say that the vaccinated kids are healthier. They always say the unvaccinated kids are healthier, have fewer chronic conditions. That's been my experience. It's just anecdotal, but it's my experience. But that should be interesting enough to say, hey, let's figure this out. Do we want to increase our chronic diseases, or do we want to decrease them? And how are vaccines related to that? If we can figure that out, we can make kids healthier.
So I don't think there's any pediatrician that went into practice to harm children. And so I'm going to say the opposite. I think every pediatrician goes into pediatrics because the pediatricians love children and really want to take care of them and help them. So can you imagine what it would be like if pediatricians woke up and said, holy cow, what have I done? Can you imagine? And so I think that's the scale that we're looking at when you ask the question, what's it going to take? Because it is unfathomable for the pediatric population, the pediatricians, to even consider that they've been complicit in any way, shape, or form. And Liz and I have met a number of pediatricians over the years who realized it. And I'll tell you, from meeting them and talking to them, it's a soul-wrenching, gut-wrenching realization. And so the ideology is so powerful because Western medicine is based on the concept of preventing infection, period. And pediatricians will say to parents, the only way to prevent infection is through vaccination and nothing else. We saw that when we had the measles outbreak in Texas. We're seeing that with the measles outbreak in the Carolinas. There is no other way to prevent infection other than vaccines. That's bigger than the Berlin Wall. And so that's what we're dealing with. I don't think we're up against it. I just think we're dealing with it. And so it is our responsibility, with as much love and compassion, to introduce the possibilities to our colleagues in pediatrics, you know, and using the Socratic method, which I know Liz and I use. Sorry, Joel, I don't know how you practice, so that's not nothing on you. So it's using the Socratic method. Have you ever thought of? And what do you think of? And have you ever considered? Do you think it's possible? Because I'll tell you, most pediatricians have no idea what's in a vaccine. And they don't know how it works, other than, well, you get an immune response and you're protected. And I have to say that we are really, if you're vaccinated, you're protected. Because there's a lot of primary and secondary vaccine failure. Nothing happens. You don't get an antibody at all. That's primary vaccine failure. How many kids? Well, at least with the MMR, that's 2 to 10%. 2 to 10% of kids who get the MMR have no antibody response at all. That's primary vaccine failure. And then the other primary vaccine failure is they develop an antibody, but it's not protective. It's just an antibody, but not a protective antibody. And then there's secondary vaccine failure, where kids are vaccinated and they're protected, but that wears off maybe 3 months, 4 months, 6 months later. And so all three of those groups are essentially unvaccinated kids. The two primary vaccine failures that don't produce an antibody, or produce an antibody but it doesn't protect them, and then the secondary vaccine failure where the kids get protection but it doesn't last for long, those are all unvaccinated kids essentially, because they're not protected. And so when we see outbreaks, we don't talk about the fact that vaccines can fail. And so again, we're dealing with an ideology, a worship of a subject, and the worship of the idea that the only way to protect kids is through vaccination. And that doesn't require a hammer and chisel. That requires a hand and a face-to-face and, you know, real relationship. Because, and the parents are doing most of it, but, you know, for us in the medical field, I believe, this is my belief, that we need to be able to really hold the hands of these pediatricians, because once they realize what's really going on, I'll just leave that empty. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Well, as somebody who had that experience, I'll tell you, it is soul-wrenching. I cried on the way to work. I cried on the way home from work. I upended my career. I spent the next 20-some years and counting trying to atone for the sin. It is such a deeply ingrained thing for pediatricians to know that they're helping kids. And I agree. I think they go into it because they love kids. They don't go into it for the money, because we're among the poorest paid docs around. So I also think that we need to reach out with compassion, and as frustrated and angry as I get with the American Academy of Pediatrics at times, they have a lot of young, idealistic doctors going there. I saw them a couple years ago when I went to the convention, who truly think that what they're learning is going to help their patients. So it is going to be one of the top life stressors, right up there with death of a spouse and you know, other really crucial human experiences, to realize that you may have hurt more kids than you helped. Denial is a powerful defense mechanism, and we all need some kind of defense mechanisms to cope with the world that we live in.
So how does like true reform look like? Because we've talked about vaccine as a religion, it's an ideology, it's like deeply rooted, but there is still a need for like this awakening that we spoke about. Is it just parents applying that pressure? Because we've got papers out there, it's published. Is more papers the answer, or is there some missing link here? Or can HHS or ACIP, can the governing bodies take action? Like, what can we do to accelerate this awakening that we spoke about?
I think it's a few things converging. I would say, number one, the first focus will have to be on informed consent and not forcing anybody to do anything. I think that's something that is manageable and within our reach. And I really hope that at least religious exemptions come back across the country, if not personal belief as well. I think that will at least decrease the temperature somewhat in the vaccine space, because nobody should be forced to do anything, and they should be able to make the decisions that are best for their family, and then we can move forward from there. And I do think we do need more research. We need a certain kind of research. We have studies that have been done, but it's not the studies that doctors are willing to agree are the best kind of studies or the studies that they want. But it is possible. We could do prospective studies. We could follow kids forward. We could do something like the Framingham study and follow kids for the next 10 or 20 years and look and see what we find. There are a lot of big databases that we have in America and other countries, and they could look at vaccinated versus unvaccinated kids, and those are going to be much more compelling. Like the Henry Ford study, if it had have been completed and peer-reviewed and put in a big journal, that would have been something that would have turned a lot of doctors' eyes. That would have been, like, something like that would actually change. I don't think we've quite had that yet, and there are a lot of retrospective studies, and it's our retrospective studies versus your retrospective studies, and their retrospective studies are bigger. You know, you have the big Denmark studies and other studies like that, which they can call to, but ultimately you're going to need studies, I think, similar to that, and that would really turn the tide. So there are many different ways to get there, but I think ultimately it's what's going on right now. It's continuing to have discussions. It's continuing to be open about it. And then ultimately I think that's going to be the final step to move things in a different direction, because that will be some incontrovertible evidence that doctors can't turn away from, because right now they can just continue to say, well, prove it to me. And that's what I get all the time when talking to the vaccine individuals when you want to have a discussion or debate. They don't even want to discuss or debate it, because they say, well, you don't need to debate it, you don't need to discuss it, because that should be done in the scientific literature. And I try to say back to them, yeah, but it's the interpretation of the data that people are disagreeing, or which data you're picking and choosing from. And so I hope that now that this discussion is out there, more doctors will be willing to have those discussions. And we're certainly seeing it getting out in the open. We're certainly seeing major podcasts and shows, and with social media and people going on things that are not mainstream media, this conversation is happening, which it never happened before. So I think when you have that, you're going to have a lot of parents that are really interested to push for that research. You're going to have more and more people not getting vaccines, which is the last thing that a lot of doctors want right now. And so they're going to be open to having more discussions, because they are hoping that people are going to vaccinate. So I do think that we're seeing it move in that direction, and I hope with that continuing momentum, we're going to see a change, and we're seeing it already.
I'd like to broaden the scope a little bit. I think that medical education needs to be fundamentally changed for pediatricians. So my current life's work is working with organizations like the Medical Academy of Pediatrics and Special Needs and the Independent Medical Alliance and the Institute of Functional Medicine to teach the underlying mechanisms that hurt kids and explain their process, no matter whether they've got asthma as their problem or autism. There are these very fundamental principles of promoting mitochondrial function and treating oxidative stress and doing anti-inflammatories, as Larry was saying, that we need to teach people. Pediatricians have classically been rewarded for doing a lot of short visits. So 5 visits in an hour is not unusual. And so you're in and out of the room just treating the ear infection or the cold or, giving the shots. We need to start rewarding people for actually counseling and talking to their patients and having in-depth analysis of how to help kids with chronic illness. I think that's going to be huge. And now that I've put in a lot of time actually taking care of patients, I really want to educate the world about that new paradigm. I'm putting it out to the universe so that you guys can support me in that.
So what you just said reminded me of the paradigm shift, which is we have a medical paradigm that treats symptoms. And what Liz is saying is we want to look at a medical paradigm that looks at root cause. And we don't do that in modern medical teaching. And I have seen young doctors craving that approach. Like, you know, and I remember a kid in my practice who was hospitalized for wheezing, and the mother looked at the doctor in the hospital and said, don't you want to help understand why my kid keeps wheezing? And the doctor said, not really, it wouldn't change my treatment. And so that's really the essence of the paradigm that needs to shift, because the mother was trying to figure out, like, why does he keep wheezing? I mean, wheezing is like an anaphylactic reaction. What is he having an anaphylactic reaction to? So in answer to your question, I think there are top-down people and there are bottom-up people, and then there are people who are top-down and bottom-up. And so I think the answer is multi-pronged. There may be people who want to be in the system to work from the top down, to get agencies, to change regulatory agencies, to get health talked about in the Health and Human Services, that you want to see governmental shifts. I don't know how possible that is because of how strongly corporations work and have their tentacles inside the inner workings of top. But I think, personally, I think it's always been a bottom-up. And that means that, and Toby said it earlier today, and I really want to reemphasize it. Thank you, Toby. It's going to be the stories. And it's going to be the heartfelt, right? Because when people will say to me, well, Dr. Larry, vaccines are safe. And so, Patrick, bringing information that says they're not is like putting two North Poles of magnets together. They repel. Vaccines are safe. No, they're not. Vaccines are safe. Well, here are all the studies. That's two North Poles of magnets coming together. And my approach to this, which I think is a South Pole approach, is if somebody says to me vaccines are safe, my question is, oh, tell me more. How do you know that? Tell me more. How do you know? And then ask more questions, the Socratic method that invites people into the conversation rather than throws people out of the conversation. And you might get relationship first, which is really going to be, to me, the answer to your question, is we have so much animosity and so much adversity. Well, I know better. You know better. That's not going to work. Those are the two North Poles. And that's what I see when you see debates. When you see debates in public without people talking together, this one says yes, and this one says no, but they're never talking together because no one will come together. But I think it's really a South Pole project, you know, invite people into relationship, get to know people, get to be friendly, get to make a safe space for subject matter that is very, very, very volatile. And I think we're doing it. I think we're doing it. Medicine, I learned in medical school, medicine changes one death at a time. And that's a sad statement, but yet it's a true statement. And many of you in the room who raised your hands earlier today understand that. We are in a crisis, and my dream before I check out of this place is to really set down some ways in which we can start reversing these chronic illnesses in children by looking at root cause. And the medical profession may or may not be interested, but I know that there are parents who are interested. There are practitioners who are interested. There are organizations that are interested. And there's momentum that's building. So there's a lot of hope, even though, you know, I gave some really depressing information in what I said. But there is hope, and over the 28 years of talking about my concerns about vaccines, it has been so rewarding to hear people who heard me 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, who upon listening to my information did their research, and upon doing the research they made a different choice and they became empowered. And so it's about relationship, it's about empowerment, and lastly, it's about not asking daddy to save you. So I really think it's important for us to find our inner agency that's going to propel us forward and not ask for the authority outside of us to put a papal blessing that says you're right or you're wrong. Because in my experience, it's those parents who did that who are the ones who are now suffering at the hands of the medical profession, because they made the decision because they listened to the authority and they trusted the authority, and they remember moments when they went in and took their kids to the pediatrician and said they knew in their guts. How many times, Liz, have you heard moms say, I knew in my gut this was wrong for my kid, but I trusted my doctor and I did it anyway, and boom, the kids were never the same. And those are not anecdotal, because we've heard them for decades. And those are the parents who are going to help us make that shift. And so, thanks.
Just absolutely powerful. We'll take like one or two audience questions. I've got one here that says, should parents with infants who are not vaccinated against measles be worried about measles right now? What, if anything, should they do about the measles outbreak in the various places in the U.S.?
Well, I'd like to start, and you can go. So I would want you to put your child on vitamin A and vitamin D and vitamin C. They are so protective, and Larry's talking about what our grandmothers knew. You can give them cod liver oil, for example. And high-dose vitamin A is actually very effective as a treatment for measles, and yet the two poor girls in Texas who died didn't have the chance to get that. That's been published in the literature for decades, and yet they didn't receive that very well-documented and even WHO recommended treatment. The other thing is that, and I think Dell's slides pointed this out, is that if my 2-year-old granddaughter was in a daycare that had a measles case, I would send her over there and I'd put a blanket over the table and put the measles kit of my grandchild in there, because she is very likely to do well with it, and then she's going to be protected against certain cancers and certain inflammatory bowel disease, and her immunity is lifelong. And heart disease.
So I'm gonna break the sound barrier for a second. The challenge that I think we have in the whole arena of infectious disease and vaccines is that we're taught that if a child doesn't have the measles infection, she doesn't have the measles virus inside of her. And that's wrong. And so just because a child doesn't have the measles doesn't mean she doesn't have the virus in her body. If you step back and look at the microbiology of the body, we have an estimate, again, just what the literature says, of 400 trillion microorganisms circulating inside the cells, along the linings of the body, and in the mitochondria. And so there's this belief that the human body has 400 trillion microorganisms in it and on it, but not the 50 or so bacteria and viruses we vaccinate against. And so this is an incorrect teaching that forms the basis of vaccination. Because what do the textbooks say? Vaccines teach the immune system to recognize microorganisms before an individual encounters them. And when a baby comes down the vaginal canal, not only does the baby get vaginal fluid, but most of the fluid is from the anus and the perineum of the mother. And exposure is insufficient to make that baby get sick, almost 100% of the time. And so then the baby breathes the air and gets breast milk, hopefully, and then gets touched and gets more and more and trillions of microorganisms, and nothing happens. And there isn't a moment in our lives where we're not exposed to microorganisms. You shake somebody's hand, you get their microorganisms. You kiss somebody, you have sexual relations, you get their microorganisms. You eat, you get microorganisms. You drink, you get microorganisms. You pick your nose, you get microorganisms. You eat food, you get microorganisms. You breathe, you get microorganisms. And so there's this fear-mongering, and that's what I meant by the paradigm of infection all the time. We're never not exposed to microorganisms. And so we don't need to be exposed to someone who's sick to be exposed to a germ that we vaccinate against. We don't need to be exposed to someone who's sick to be exposed to the germs that we vaccinate against. And the danger of vaccinating against germs that we don't think we have in our bodies is what brings on the autoimmunity potential that Liz was talking about. Because not only do the microorganisms potentially live already in our body, but there's also muscles and joint tissue and thyroid tissue and brain tissue and other microorganisms that have similar genetic structures to the germs we vaccinate against. So we teach our bodies to reject the microorganisms, but then the immune system finds that the tissues in ourselves that are similar or the same. And then we create autoimmunity. So we're doing vaccination based on an assumption that the organism isn't already in your body. And that's an assumption that can never be validated, ever. And that's why I would say to that mother, expect that she's been exposed, and we can do what we can, as Liz said, to maximize her potential, to take care of her and help her health should her body express the same symptoms. And that's how I've been practicing for about 30 years, and I haven't seen any problems doing it, especially in unvaccinated kids. So that's why I said I'm gonna hit the sound barrier, because these are paradigm-shifting concepts that we need to teach in new medical education so that we look at microorganisms differently, because we only vaccinate against around 50 some odd germs, and we're infested, absolutely infested, and it never stops until we're done. So, yeah.
Thank you so very much. That is incredible discussion. I want to thank the panel here for today. What a day have we had here today. Oh. What a day have we had. We have given voices to experiences that families far too often have been told to avoid and dismiss. And we have done that in the heart of Washington, D.C., just a few blocks away from institutions that shape our federal health policies. I want to thank the MAHA Institute, and more specifically Mark Gorton, Deborah Sheldon, for spotlighting MEVI, and also for turning the Institute into a formidable force that the administration, Congress, and the media pay attention to. And I also want to thank our partners, Ph.D., MAHA Action, Highwire, the Vaccine Safety Research Foundation, the McCullough Foundation, for streaming this event today, because what they have done is really taken this discussion in this room and made it. What we have heard over the course of today is really we've followed the MEVI story from 3 different angles. We have looked at the massive scale and scope of the vaccine injury epidemic. We have looked at it from the COVID angle and seen some of the same patterns being underscored. And we've also heard from our clinicians who are really embarking on a new model of care with informed consent. But we are also reminded that for every statistic that we have seen today represents a child whose life took a wrong turn after a routine appointment. And we're also reminded that if our government can move as expeditiously as it did during COVID to authorize, then it can move just as fast to compensate and course correct. And we are also reminded that just because something is deemed safe and effective, it's not a magic incantation to dismiss what's being observed and our conscience. So what can we do today after what we have heard? Well, there are 3 things. Number 1 is we commit to the truth of the massive epidemic of vaccine injury. We have a Secretary of Health who has really put the childhood chronic disease crisis on the federal agenda. And he's directed HHS to really investigate what has been ignored. Second, we commit to informed consent as a non-negotiable bedrock of American medicine. Thank you. We've seen today the massive scale and scope of vaccine injury. And that's why we need to get behind legislative actions in our respective states that can codify informed consent and that can ban these vaccine mandates so that we can guarantee that no child is excluded from school because of an informed consent vaccine decision that was made. And third, we commit to action, disciplined, strategic action. The MAHA Institute was created to institutionalize the health freedom movement, to create powerful policy, to influence our federal agencies. But our action also matters, because years from now, people won't remember every chart or every citation mentioned today. What they will remember was that in early 2026 in a gilded room at the Willard, a line was drawn, that parents and practitioners came together and chose not to discount this vaccine injury and the massive scale of it as mere anecdote. But this is real. And therefore, as we walk out of this room, I'd encourage all of you to think about these 3 actions. Number 1, vocalize MEVI. Bring that into your conversation. Number 2, demand informed consent without exception. And number 3, stand with our HHS leaders and Congress who are really putting the health of our children above the health and the comfort of the institutions. And if we can do that, bill by bill, state by state, family by family, child by child, then today wouldn't have been just an event, but today would have been an inflection point that accelerates us to our goal of making America healthy again. Thank you very much. Thank you.